Hello guys, Dominic again here. Today I'm going to be presenting the Unified Topological Ontology, or that's what I'm calling it, and it is a syncretic framework which weaves together philosophy, mythology, psychology, history, and physics and other disciplines into one uh, consistent framework. So, the goals for this presentation is going to be utilizing the topological metaphor. I will contextualize human existence within the cosmos and demonstrate individual significance despite the vastness of reality. This framework synthesizes multiple disciplines to analyze the human conditions across 6 divisions. Ontology, which is the subject or study of reality or being. Metaethics, which is how morality fits into existence. History, which is the origins of human civilization and the trajectory it's heading. Cybernetics, which is the feedback loops and operational mechanics of civilization. And then the sociology, which is the systemic consequences of following these cybernetic feedback loops. And then I will provide the conclusion, where I will essentially provide solutions to the problems, because it might seem a bit doom and gloom by the end. But if we look at this picture on the right, it pretty much illustrates the reality we live in pretty close, in that we are these boundaries and we transfer information from our boundary with other boundaries, essentially creating an interconnected world where everything we do affects everyone else, and what other people are doing affects us as well within our boundary as an individual. So first, what is the topological metaphor? I will be utilizing it as described by Dr. Joseph P. Farrell. And it is essentially mathematics of shapes, boundaries, and continuity, forming a conceptual metaphor to model an objective and shared sustained reality by an underlying medium that flows through all of existence. Rather than a tool for quantitative calculation, this framework functions as a qualitative analog, demonstrating the common structural logic shared by ancient systems of thought and modern physics. Structural differentiation occurs when scissions, or metaphorical cuts, form internal boundaries, generating a 4-layered system or order of operations. So, when a cut happens, it's not cutting through existence. It's just cutting a piece of existence for itself, where it has altered information to conform to whatever standards that particular boundary sets for that information within it. So there's four orders of operation here. The first is what Farrell calls the primordial, which is the underlying unified medium where all things come and are shaped from. The geometrics, which are the physical and logical laws forming structural boundaries. Particles, which are individualized matter and energy contained within these boundaries. And the metaphors, which are the informational feedback loops flowing from the boundaries. Continuously throughout this presentation, I will refer to the primordial as the medium, geometrics as the macrofold, particles as microfolds, and metaphors I will still call metaphors, but I will also use the word egregore for them. So if you want to conceptualize this, you can think of a sports field, where the sports field would be the medium, And then the rules that make the sports that people agree on would be the geometrics. And then the players and such would be the particles or the microfolds acting within the field of play according to the rules which were agreed upon. And then from there on, metaphors would be something like plays that coaches come up with to best field their players. So like a football play where you have some people running some crosses and slants, that would be a metaphor. I also am going to be heavily using the topological unified field theory as described and written by Jenny Lorraine Nielsen. So recent mathematical breakthroughs in topology provides incredible parallels between the qualitative and the quantitative. The tuft, which is what I will refer to this as continuously, aligns with the four-layered order of operations of reality, not by treating space, forces, and particles as separate things interacting with each other. Instead, it posits the entire universe comes from a single geometric structure called the Hopf vibration. Jenny says, the Hopf vibration is not a mathematical arena in which the field lives, it is the field itself. So the equation on the right tells us what's going on here. S1 essentially are these fiber threads that weave together through space. They kind of come together like clothes or something, or yarn. I've heard her use that analogy before. And these fibers come together to form what she calls a nested shell hierarchy, which is represented by, in the microfold section there, where I have S1 to S3 to S5 to S7 to S9. And each one of these things represents something different. So S1 is electromagnetism. S7 is gluons, for example. And these things come together to form S9, which is total space. It is a 9-dimensional sphere or shape of existence that can reshape itself at will. And it does it through these individual fibers. So the fibers weave together to make all of total space, which is represented by S9. Now, theoretically, there are a limitless number of dimensions, and these S3 through S9 do represent dimensions. However, Jenny has decided to cap it at S9 because essentially modern scientific instruments cannot test for anything that is S11 or beyond. So from here, once you have S9, these things come together to form base space, or CP4. So S9 is the eternal medium, and it's total space. Base space would be the macrofold, which is basically the projected or manifested information from the eternal medium into what we call a universe. Essentially what it is it's reducing the information from total space and collapsing it into a single point called base space. Microfolds are essentially S1 fibers. However, we need base space in order to live in the material universe. And the material universe, or base space, is essentially just the nested shell hierarchy coming together in one one space. The metaphor are geometric overlaps of S1 fibers and phases creating a field of information which influences physical reality. So we're moving through existence. We have ideas of how we should live in existence or exist and be. And these ideas basically generate information which affects the other fibers that are traveling through existence. So the Hopf vibration is essentially a mathematical map that allows the S1 fibers to move. Without the map or the Hopf vibration, there would be no base space. I don't think there'd even be total space either. And then from here, there's something called the Beltrami operator, which basically takes the fiber threads and aligns them with the mathematical precision necessary for them to manifest in base space. So this is the Topological Unified Field Theory by Jenny Lorraine Nielsen, and I will be merging it with the Topological Metaphor by Dr. Joseph P. Farrell. So I want to be very clear that I am providing a qualitative framework. Nielsen provides a quantitative framework, which demonstrates and shows the interactions of particles and masses directly from the topology of the Hopf vibration. It says that space-time acts as a dynamic bundle structure where matter emerges as spectral Beltrami eigenmodes. My qualitative framework interprets these identical geometric constraints as the four layered orders of operations of existence. It maps the exact structural divisions of the vibration into a unified philosophical narrative of experience. It describes relationships of the tuft through a topological metaphor. So while there are parallels to what I'm talking about, when it comes to morality, for example, it's not something that you can just quantify. But the math does parallel certain things, which I will get into. So the eternal medium. All of existence contains all potential and possibilities simultaneously. Existence is unfathomably vast, far larger than the universe we live in, and every boundary within existence comes from the unlimited potential of this eternal medium. You can think of it like the Nun or something, like the primordial waters of creation, a chaotic sea that's just unfathomably deep, and literally anything can happen from this sea. Existence is one and unified. However, it has the ability to be anything, no matter how seemingly different those things are. While it has the ability to be anything, it is not actually everything at once, because each individual thing within it is unique, occupies its own unique space within existence, but yet each individual thing comes from the same source of eternal energy. So you're like an individual fiber within this medium. You are yourself, but you're also part of the medium. It really is just like being the wave in the water. This potential is manifested through the many individual expressions from the unlimited energy source into experience. Experience is simply when the medium has given an identity to a limited version of itself coming from the source of limitless potential. So the source of limitless potential is essentially a state of perfect balance and equilibrium, where because everything is happening at once, nothing is happening. It's like a number line where you have negative numbers going one way and positive numbers going the other way. Let's say that it goes out to -9 and it goes out to +9. Well, when you take those numbers and combine them, you get 0. And that's exactly what's happening with the eternal medium. It has everything going on in perfect equilibrium, and because it is essentially neutral. Experience is simply when the medium is given identity. Without this shared medium, reality would be a disjointed sequence of blocks, which would have no way of interacting with each other. It's like an impossibly large ball of clay, which folds upon itself, and within these folds, information is formed from the potential into something structured in order. The clay has potential to form many shapes, but it is ultimately shapeless. And that's the eternal medium. It's total space, continuously moving and reshaping itself through base space, which is the macrofold. So the medium makes boundaries within itself, which can be easily conceptualized as the medium folding upon itself. And these pictures here, I think, demonstrate that pretty well, what that probably looks like. These folds take from the limitless potential of the medium and turns it into an area within existence, where the information is folded and ordered into something other than pure potential. So in order to have any meaningful experience where everything is not canceling each other out, the potential from the medium needs to be reduced within a specific boundary, which are essentially the geometrics or the macrofolds. And within this boundary where information has been reduced, experience can be had. And this is base space. It's a reduction of complexity from the potential of the medium. These are spaces within the medium where the information contained within that space conforms to the orders and codes of the macrofold, which brought the boundary out of the state of potential and into the state of manifestation. Within the limitless potential of existence, there are an endless amount of ways in which the medium can fold itself, and there are countless ways in which it already has folded itself and will fold itself. So it's a never-ending sequence of folds, and each geometric or each macrofold is different. The macrofolds of existence contain their own natural orders and laws, separate and diverse from other macrofolds. Yet because they all come from the same limitless source, all boundaries are capable of interacting with each other. So they come from the same thing, and because they come from the same thing, the interaction between them is total. The information flow between all boundaries is total. In fact, I would even say that the universe is a combination of several macrofolds or several geometric layers coming together to form what we call the universe. So now we come to the microfold. Within the universe shaped by macrofolds exists microfolds, which are manifested into existence through the shared medium within a geometric boundary. So microfolds are the S1 fibers, which are projected into base space. We come from the medium, and now we are experiencing the manifestation of the potential of that medium in a particular macrofold. Microfolds existing within these macrofolds are bound to the order which the macrofold expresses from the eternal medium. Microfolds are simply the individual forms which exist within the boundaries of the macrofold, where information has been projected in such a way that permits these individuals to exist as particles. So everything that you see in the universe, all physical objects, are microfolds. I'm a microfold. This mic is a microfold, the planet is a microfold, the sun is a microfold, and all of these things basically operate according to the geometrics of the macrofold. Because these microfolds all exist within these boundaries, which comes from the eternal medium, each individual is also a part of an interconnected experience together. That is, the medium, the macrofold, and the microfold are all sharing experiences made of the same energy and substance. And this energy or substance is limitless in potential. I can't stress that enough. It's not just one substrate. Well, I mean, it is just one substrate, but within this substrate is literally everything. Through the microfold, or though the microfold is bound to the laws of the macrofold, which naturally comes from the medium, the microfold expression is capable. The microfold expression is capable of tremendous amounts of impact within the macrofold. Now, we can't change the geometrics of the macrofold. There's nothing anyone can do to rename like the law of gravity or something like that. But what we can do is we can come to understand these laws and how the geometrics of the world we live in operates. And then we can use this knowledge to make an impact amongst the other microfolds that we live with, whether it's the earth or the living beings on the earth. And the potential for impact is ultimately up to our intentions. They can be good, they can be bad, they can be neutral. But the impact of the microfold is pretty strong. So now that brings me to the metaphor. The metaphor, or microfolds, are capable of creating boundaries of their own. These boundaries exist within the objective world. However, they also take on a more psychic yet real form. These are metaphors, and they are how microfolds come to understand the macrofold they exist within and how best to live as a microfold within the macrofold. So all a metaphor is it's just an idea that we have to best live in and navigate the world we live in and coordinate with other living things. That's really all it comes down to. And these things are empowered and shaped by collective thought. They are essentially living sets of information formed from the psychic energy of the microfolds who, just continuously thinking and believing in their ideas and paradigms, shape and feed these metaphors. They are boundaries used to navigate the world in the most desirable way, typically formed for the purpose of creating healthy relationships and experiences amongst other microfolds and the macrofold. So they don't have to be bad. They're really just used, again, to interact in the world. And since most people in some way genuinely believe their paradigms, the egregore is shaped by this genuine belief, which is just basically psychic energy. They can be formed for any purpose. However, it is best to view the metaphor as a code made by microfolds, which structures how the microfolds interact within the world they find themselves in. It is unknown if all microfolds are capable of creating metaphors. However, humans certainly are. So microfolds vary in complexity. And I think, like one way to picture it is a human being is a very complex arrangement of atoms and molecules compared to something that's an inanimate object. And because of this combination of physical particles, the individual that inhabits this particular form or these particular forms are going to be more or less advanced than the others, in the sense that some have a greater ability to make greater impact in the world than others. So this is the metaphor. It's just ideas we use to coordinate in the world. And I'd say they're mostly a human thing. So to summarize the 4 parts, there is a canvas of unlimited potential which exists in a perfect state of equilibrium, a superposition of all possibilities simultaneously. It's literally everything at once, the eternal medium. Energy of the eternal medium collapses into specific vectors from this potential, folding the medium upon itself to create macrofolds, such as the law of thermodynamics, the laws of logic, the laws of electromagnetism or gravity or whatever. These orders go on to create forms such as matter, antimatter, and complex forms such as those of biology, like I was just explaining. Living things are capable of creating ideas or abstract concepts which reflects the orders of the macrofold and the microfolds which exist within them. It is then used to act and behave in the world. So it's just a metaphor is just an idea we have to behave in the world, and they are powered by the microfolds who believe in these things, which allow the metaphors to continue to exist. So certain ideas by the collective will empower certain psychic entities which have been generated by the collective, essentially. So the more people that believe in a particular metaphor, the more powerful it becomes. Metaphors are things like concepts of property, ghosts, money, and any other idea we have or we use to navigate the world. So while property is a real thing, like I own this thing in my hand, this speaker, the idea of how we use the property is what is the metaphor. It's not the property itself. And here's a quote by Parmenides. He says, "We can speak and think only of what exists, and what exists is uncreated and imperishable, for it is whole and unchanging and complete. It was not, nor shall be different, since it is now all at once one and continuous." So essentially, we have the medium. The medium is complete. It's unchanging. It only changes through folds. But the limitless potential of the medium never changes. And because the limitless potential contains all possibilities that could ever happen in any possible universe, it is literally impossible for any human being to think of or talk about something that does not exist, because it exists within the medium. So the nature of existence is essentially that it has 2 states, the objective and the subjective. And fundamentally, there's not much difference between the two, if at all. All throughout existence is perception, which manifests at different degrees within existence. Perception is simply the ability to take in the external world and make sense of it through natural senses, thoughts, and intuition. The highest degree of perception within is the perception which experiences all things simultaneously. And this is what people call God. So God is the force which experiences literally everything at once. It is the medium, but it's kind of separate but inseparable. God is within everything, experiencing and feeling just as a human or a worm or a chair does. Now again, all microfolds come from the sea of potential, which is basically conscious and alive. So because it's conscious and alive and all things come from it, everything is alive and conscious, even inanimate objects. The only thing is, as I stated, humans, for example, are more complex in their arrangement of atoms and molecules than these other things. So we have a greater capacity to interact in the world. Different degrees of perception are simply this. Humans have more ability to sense, understand, and interact in the external world than worms do. However, worms also live different lives than humans, because a human being is not experiencing, nor do we know really what it's like to live in the dirt, eat dirt, and tunnel through dirt like a worm does all day. That's the worm's experience. This does not make worms less important than humans, as God is in the worms just as much as it is in humans. It just places more responsibility on the actions of beings who are more self-aware, with greater abilities to act in the world. There are also different degrees within existence, such as the second dimension or the fourth dimension, and so on. There are even places beyond spatial dimensions. All of these things are connected through a subjective experience, which makes real and objective outcomes. Therefore, there is no difference between the objective and subjective. They are simply two sides of the same pole. So we can think of it like this. We're an S1 fiber moving through base space. So, it's the experience that we have in base space is all ours, but we use our experience in our body to make choices in life, thus making our subjective experience objective in the manifested space CP4. And not only this, other people's subjective experience, including your own, affects other people. So therefore, in that sense, subjectivity is objective because the subjective experience is real and it affects other people that are not just the ones having that particular subjective experience. In fact, if you use your subjectivity to influence another person's subjectivity, their subjectivity is basically objectively now more in alignment with yours than it was before you decided to interact with them. Here's a quote by Nhat Hanh, who says, "The wave does not have to look for water. It already is water. Once the wave realizes that she is water, all her fear vanishes." And this is because there's no reason to fear that which you are a part of. That which you are a part of essentially has a tremendous amount of what I would call love for you because you are a part of it. And because you're a part of it, you are it. And because you're it, existence in God literally loves you as much as it loves itself. So the will, or the Hopf vibration. Our universe exists within a sacred trinity of chaos, will, and order. Chaos is the unlimited potential of existence, from which all things come. Order creates a line of manifested potential from the eternal medium, where every action matters and permanently impacts the world to various degrees. And the will, or God, is the force which binds order and chaos into experience. I refer to God as the intelligent will because God brings polarity into sacred union through life and consciousness itself. So you're moving through base space, But as you come into this manifested space, your fiber essentially becomes crystallized. And you're essentially writing your story into the fabric of existence. And it is a story that will last permanently. So you're moving through base space, and all throughout your life, you have various different choices that you can make. So you could literally do or be anything. However, you can only make one choice at a time, and the choices you make, you have to live with. So this is what it means to make order out of chaos. We live our lives. There's literally a sea of potential all around us where we could do anything in our lives, but we have to live with the choices we made in our lives. To conceptualize this architecture, we can look at the word intelligence as an analogical metaphor. We can phonetically divide it in half with the word intellect, representing structural order and logic, and generation, which represents creativity and chaos. The will serves as the voluntary bridge between these forces of order and chaos. All expressions of God are simply limited versions of the will who have been freed in the form of an individual expression. Free will is a limited version of God attempting to balance the forces of order and chaos just as God does. Through these limited versions of itself, God, or I should say the medium, experiences all things, including ignorance, death, fear, and apathy. And because God exists within all individuals, each individual is an eternal expression of life and consciousness with the same foundation of sovereign authority over itself that God has over itself. So God is under the tuft, pretty much synonymous with the Hopf vibration. The Hopf vibration is a mathematical mapping sequence that basically the way it would have to work it goes into base space before the S1 fiber threads travel alongside it. Once the Hopf vibration is in base space, it essentially maps out all possibilities that could possibly happen in base space. So for example, when God is mapping out your life, God has experienced every single possible choice that you can make in your life. However, it's up to us individuals to make those choices as best as we can. The choice is all ours. The weight of the choices is all ours. Even though God maps existence for us to go through it, after the map has been laid out, the path we take is entirely up to the individual. It's out of God's hands at that point. And this brings me to the last part of our ontology section, which is the black hole. So science is going to tell you, or physicists will tell you, to fear the black hole as this monster that just mindlessly eats. However, I would say that black holes represent the pinnacle of microfold expression. When high entropy matter and energy enter a black hole, the intense density collapses the local structural distinctions of base space. Rather than creating a physical singularity or punching a hole in reality, the black hole functions as a topological reset. It strips away the localized geometric boundaries, forcing the distorted, high entropic information to revert to invariant, non-singular geometry of the medium. It is the point where the base space explicitly unmasks the eternal medium from which it is projected. So the singularity of a black hole is essentially just a black hole is a microfold which has warped the geometrics or the macrofold around it so much because it basically is just achieved total mastery of its environment that it creates a super dense spot, which they call the singularity. And in this singularity, the geometrics are so dense that it essentially, from base space, graces or metaphorically touches total space. And then from here, any entropy that is contained within this dense spot is essentially, you could say, cosmically baptized. So the universe is a self-regulating open energy circuit, which is basically literally plugged into the eternal medium of energy through things like black holes, which takes the spent information, the spent particles, and replenishes them. So black holes are the ultimate expression of a microfold. One who has mastered the geometrics so intensely that they've condensed it down to a single point, which essentially graces the medium. Now we're on to the Metaethics. So God's basis for its own existence is the fact that God is responsible for itself and the ultimate decider in what brings meaning to its own existence. Since God is responsible for how it acts and behaves, every individual that God graces has the same standard of what brings value to their existence. And I would even say that what we do in life might even be more valuable than what God does, because God is simply experiencing all possibilities that could happen within the geometrics. However, we are the ones who actually have to make the decisions that we're forced to live with in the geometrics. So essentially, if God is experiencing, getting wronged while simultaneously tremendous amounts of love, these two things again cancel each other out, just like the limitless potential of the eternal medium, meaning that God is, I don't want to necessarily say detached, but God's not experiencing reality the exact way we are, because we are forced to live with our individual thread that we weave through life. More importantly, these principles are inherent throughout every universe. So this is not just a macrofold. This is literally the foundation of the limitless potential. And the reason for this is because each individual comes from the limitless potential, and they are attempting to manifest it into base space. And the only way that you can properly manifest the limitless potential from base space is if every single individual owns themselves and is responsible for their own actions. Because as a unique individual, they're the only ones who are going to make the choices they make in life. No one else is going to make it for them. In order for the limitless potential to truly manifest in spontaneous ways, all individual boundaries within existence, no matter the size, must be unique and in control of their own fields and information flowing from their boundary. Again, because if they were not in control of their own boundaries, the limitless potential would be manifesting as a way that limits itself. No matter the degree of existence or how limited a perception is, each individual thing is its own. The more complex the microfold, the greater the ability to interact within the macrofold. The actions and behavior of the microfold are defined by the geometrics and limitations they exist in, and once the line between limitation and controlled decision-making has been crossed, the microfold has total agency in the world. So we have free will. But free will does not mean that we get to do whatever we want. Okay? That would be God. That would be the intelligent will. We have been freed from the infinite potential of the medium and are experiencing base space. And in base space, because of our form, we experience limitations, and these limitations define how we interact in the world. They define the choices we make. So, while free will is not absolute, free will could not exist without limitations, because if at that point you would be the literal map that experiences everything at once, which is what God is. And that's not our place. So, natural law is fundamental to understand and accept. The principles of sovereign authority of each being in the universe has been recognized by many cultures as natural law. It is beyond the macrofold and is present everywhere in existence, which ensures that the sovereignty of each being is respected in an equal way. In its most basic form, it is simply the law of cause and effect, the foundation for every scientific experiment. These causes and effects extend beyond science and rules the realms of behaviors of the microfold. So what this means is the way we act in the world will give us back according to the way we acted in it. And the standard is based off of how we treat the sovereign authority of other individual beings. Every action an individual performs in life bears a reaction of some kind, which is an existential fact. Every degree of perception in the universe is capable of either altering the world around them or being altered by the world around them. And this is why it's very important to understand natural law, so that way we're not bringing harm to other peoples, which will eventually bring harm to ourselves, or perhaps even our loved ones. What we input into the world determines the output the world gives back to us. We cannot completely control the output, as there is a large degree of unpredictability and a lack of control. However, our inputs have a large degree of control over the outputs of nature. And within the framework of the tuft, natural law is pretty much the Beltrami operator. It is defined by the curl of the field directly proportional to the field itself, acting as a cosmic governor of harmonic frequencies. So essentially, the Beltrami operator is like a filter that the S1 fibers pass through, and as they pass through it, the Beltrami operator ensures that their experience is met with mathematical certainty. You see, God maps existence, and then we follow God. But as we are following alongside God, there is this mathematical constant known as natural law, which, because God has so perfectly mapped everything that could possibly happen in the macrofold, the Beltrami operator or natural law operates without making any mistakes. It's simply reading the information that God laid out for it, determining how we live within the macrofold as individuals based off of the information that God laid out for it. And then the Beltrami operator inputs, or I should say reflects with mathematical perfection, the inputs that the microfolds put into their world. So natural law is literally a mathematical constant, and it's beyond just simple macrofolds. Respect is what we ultimately live in. We live in an existence of self-respect, which etymologically means again from re and spect, to look. So the word respect means to look again. And existence is constantly looking at itself and judging all things within it based on the fundamental axiom of sovereign authority that each individual has just by simply existing. This is an inherent quality of every individual that exists. Just from coming from the sea of potential, you own yourself. The medium is fully aware of how potential is being manifested and what boundaries are being shaped within itself. It knows and experiences all things. So every act, no matter how big or small, is seen and echoed for eternity. And we can think of it like light, for example. We see reflections of lights, and the reflections of light are essentially endless. Once light has reflected off an object, that reflection exists forever and is traveling, will eventually travel through space. And one thing that they say, for example, is if you went to a planet 250 light years away and you looked at Earth, you would see them signing the Declaration of Independence, or you would see Earth during the 1770s, because light has carried the fractal images of what was happening on Earth to a point that is 250 miles or 250 light years away. And then in another 100 years, it'll be 350 light years away. So literally everything we do in life is seen and reflected forever. And this is, I think, one problem that people have when it comes to morality is they think that as long as they don't get caught by the human authorities, that everything's going to be okay. But there's something beyond human authorities that is far, far more important and you could say impactful in your life than just simply the cops or the legal system. The actions one takes in their lives are not fully recognized during its duration. A human perception is too limited to understand exactly how every action they made in life affected the world around them at large. Some actions hold a greater degree of change, and if one is constantly creating new boundaries affecting other microfolds, it would be impossible to recognize every effect from the causes of one's life. Completely accurate predictability is impossible. However, foresight and discernment are useful mental tools to create healthy boundaries and information. So we act in life, and our actions affect other people. But because our perceptions are limited, we don't see or fully understand or grasp the extent to which our actions affect others in the world. We can have an idea of how they do. We understand how our inputs might generate certain outputs, but the outputs are completely out of our hands, which is why I say discernment is important, because through discernment, we can think about our actions, how they're affecting other people, if they're respecting the sovereign authority of other microfolds or not. And from there, attempt to make the best possible impact in the world out of the respect for the sovereign authority of each being. This is why mindfulness is important and stressed in traditions like Buddhism. Like Nhat Hanh, who I showed earlier, is considered the father of mindfulness, at least in the modern day. And it's because we have to be aware of how our actions are affecting other people as much as we can. But as I said, our perception is limited, and our actions could affect people who we've never even met in our lives. So here's a quote by Manly P. Hall, who says, "Wisdom fears no thing, but still bows humbly to its own source. With its deeper understanding, loves all things, for it has seen the beauty, the tenderness, and the sweetness which underlie life's mystery." And this is just simply a recognition that you come from something higher, and this higher force respects and loves you as an individual because you are a part of it. It loves you like it loves yourself. Or if you love yourself, some people don't. So the impact of our lives, despite the fact no individual can truly know the impact of their life choices while living, if they understand the geometrics of the macrofold and how microfolds express themselves within it, they are capable of a tremendous amounts of impact in the objective world. So if you understand like psychology and physics and no one else around you does, you could have some power over those people because they don't know about the objective shared world as much as you do. This impact manifests as control over their own life, which in turn affects others. So, like I said, the choices you make in life and how you control your life absolutely affects other people. There's no getting around it. And other people affect you as well. Despite the limitations of the macrofold, self-expression is limitless for each microfold. And this is because we have total agency in the world. We have literally an endless amount of choices we can make in life. It's just based off recognizing opportunities and putting ourselves in positions to take advantage of such opportunities. True limitless expression is attained when the many individuals who make up the sum total of all microfolds determine their own value and meaning in life. So the sum total of all microfolds would basically be that it's everyone's actions in the world and what they amount to. And this is also what the human condition is. The human condition is just the sum total of all human actions and interactions in the world. And it can really only generate as two things, the human condition. Human beings can either be enslaving themselves in the world around them because they don't respect the axiom of sovereign authority, or they can live in freedom because they do understand and respect the axiom of sovereign authority. True limitless expression, because each individual thing is the owner of themselves, they determine what their life truly means and the value it has. Okay, not other people telling you what's important in your life. It's up to you to determine what is important in your life. And even if you are a person who lets other people determine what is important for you, it's because you have ultimately allowed them to determine that for you. Natural law ensures this value is truly the individual's and not a force above the microfold, moving them along like a puppet. So if you choose to be moved along like a puppet, natural law will ensure that you continue to be moved along like a puppet. However, it doesn't really want you to do that, but it's not going to make choices for you. All it's going to do is generate the consequences of your choice with mathematical perfection. Different microfolds share different levels of complexity in perception. Therefore, the degree of value a microfold places on themselves is determined by the complexity of their form and essence. And again, humans are more complex than like a chair or a house or anything really. I would say humans are probably the most complex thing on the earth because we have the greatest amount of impact in the earth. Despite this, though, we're still limited. We still have limitations, but we have a ability to recognize these limitations and overcome them in a way that I don't think other microfolds can. Certainly not on the earth. Matthew 5:37 states, "Simply let your yes be yes, and your no be no. Anything more comes from the evil one." This means don't let other people influence your thoughts. Don't let someone else put into your mind yes when really you mean no. Your decisions are all yours. So boundaries, the nature of boundaries within existence may appear as if they are disconnected until they meet. However, this is an illusion, and this is because they all come from total space or the medium. Because these boundaries exist within a shared medium and within macrofold boundaries, they are interconnected no matter how much they are seemingly not. Boundaries exist in three states. There is the inner boundary, the boundary itself, and the exterior of the boundary. So you have like the inner boundary, and this circle is where information from the potential of the medium is being organized and reduced. So you have information in a boundary. My hand or my fingers would be the boundary itself, the thing that separates the information from within the boundary from the stuff outside the boundary. And the stuff outside the boundary is literally anything that is not the boundary or the thing or the space contained within the boundary. So the boundary is where the organization of information ends and separates the inner boundary from the area outside of it. The exterior of the boundary is a place outside under the direct influence of the way information has been structured by the macrofold. So if you form a boundary and there's other boundaries, you're all under the influence of the macrofold, which is just a larger boundary that you're forming boundaries within. And these boundaries meet on a shared middle ground. Okay, so if you have two boundaries and they're interacting with each other, the boundary's not going into each other. They're transferring information on a shared ground that affects the boundaries internally. It's not one boundary just forcibly merging with another boundary or something like that. They meet on a shared ground, pretty much outside of the boundary or a neutral location where information can be exchanged. So an example would be a house or your property line. So if you have a fence, all of the stuff within the fence is the interior of the boundary. The fence would be the boundary itself, and everything outside of the fence would be exterior to your own boundary. However, if you live in a neighborhood, for example, you exist adjacent to other boundaries very similar to your own. However, the way someone might live in their house will likely be different than yours, thus meaning that information within this particular boundary as opposed to your boundary is different. But because they all exist within a neighborhood, which would basically be like this shared middle ground or wherever anyone meets, really, boundaries are secure. So it's not, I'm taking my house and I'm making my house with yours. It's just we're exchanging information, we're meeting outside of these boundaries or houses in a respectable manner, or maybe not a respectable manner. So boundaries do not exist in an empty void, as all around these boundaries are other boundaries. And these boundaries intersect with each other on a shared middle ground where information from within the boundary is exchanged from the boundary to and from other boundaries. All boundaries in some way affect other boundaries within the shared medium. These boundaries are constantly generating waves of information which flow in every direction from the boundary. Like someone speaking, the sound waves generate a bubble. Other boundaries not in the immediate attention of a particular boundary may catch these waves, and depending on their strength, could alter the structure of information within them. So, we're constantly, through our actions and inputs, other inputs, generating effects in the world, and these effects are essentially spheres of information which influence other people and their boundaries. And at the same time, we are being influenced by these boundaries as well. So everything is interconnected. We don't exist in a void where everything is a disjointed block. So what does it actually mean to transgress against natural law? When one individual attempts to contain the flow of information from one boundary or several boundaries through involuntary consent, they have transgressed natural law. The flow of information between boundaries is how individuals choose to express themselves around other individuals. The initiator of violence restricts or prohibits this information flow. They are restricting the unlimited potential of the medium and the sovereign authority over how the potential chooses to manifest itself. So basically, you're taking the way people interact in the world and you're forcing them to conform to your standard. You're saying, with some sort of force, you're not to behave that way. You're to behave the way I want you to. And if you don't, I'm going to do something that will force you to behave this way. When one individual attempts to contain other individuals within artificial boundaries that those individuals did not consent to, they have transgressed natural law. So instead of interfering with individuals' information flow and their ability to interact in the world, now you're just straight up trying to put them in a boundary of your design that they did not consent to. Essentially trying to straight up prohibit or restrict the way they interact in the world by forcing them to conform to your standards, which more than likely are arbitrary. If they're not based in sovereign authority, they're arbitrary. As in the sense, you think that you're some sort of arbiter of truth over how someone else should live their life. And because of this, the mathematical constant of natural law will produce the just cause and natural effects that you deserve in your life as a transgressor. As microfolds, our natural abilities permit us to move through the world, testing other boundaries to determine if they empower the individual or disempower them. By removing this ability to move between other boundaries and trapping the individual attempting to move freely, the potential of the medium is being limited because one individual, even just one individual, is not capable of expressing the sovereignty of their true form. And this is what it's about. Sovereign authority is there to make sure the potential of the medium manifests in base space in a way that is in alignment with the limitless potential it comes from. Because the only way you can do that is if each individual thing that exists in a universe or in projected base space would be as if they're in control of their own actions as a unique individual. So if you are coming along and restricting their ability to interact in the world, you are literally prohibiting the medium from manifesting its potential into base space. It is a forced reduction to an entity's degree of topological freedom. Initiators of violence introduce an unconsented boundary, or a cause, which forces an automatic, mathematically equal entropic reaction, which is the effect, back onto their own field of information. So what you put into the universe, if you're a transgressor or not, will come back to you with mathematical precision. And this is a function of the Beltrami operator, operating based off of the mapping of the Hopf vibration or the intelligent will. And here on this picture, you can see basically when one boundary is forcing the vectors of information to basically squeeze or compress another boundary, pretty much against their will, or would be against their will. So it's basically the involuntary merging of subjectivity. Each individual perception of the world is a subjective experience. That is an objective fact. It is happening and influencing the world in ways which affect other subjective experiences. So your subjective experience is an objective fact. If the world were solipsistic, then violence would not be universal in its overall effects that it has in destroying the subjective experiences of others in a way that is universally rejected by all other living individuals, regardless of biological complexity. For example, no one wants to be punched in the face for no reason. No one wants to be stabbed or something like that. Just about everyone that exists can recognize this is an undesirable outcome that they would want to happen to them. Even a psychopath has no problem, even though they might not have problems harming people, they are still fully capable of recognizing desirable situations and outcomes from undesirable ones by simply judging how these outcomes affect them. So, like a psychopath, for example, they don't want to be punched or stabbed either. They don't want to be stolen from. They recognize pretty quickly when someone has wronged them. They just have this mental barrier that prohibits them from understanding how their actions impact other people. But even they, who I would consider to be a damaged person, understands that there are actions that are undesirable. Not a single living being wants to be restricted from acting in the world according to their own choosing. The most basic biological responses of flight or fight prevents life from not caring about themselves. It is a basic instinct of self-preservation, not just of their life, but of the authority over their life. When an initiator of violence claims legitimate authority over another life form, the subjective experiences have merged in a way that is objectively recognized by all life as being undesirable if they were in that situation. So, for example, if you got in a car accident, people would look at that and recognize that's something they don't want to experience. They can recognize this as an act, even if it was an accident and it wasn't even, a conscious act of violence. We can still look at this and say, there are obvious consequences that happen from this event that are objectively harmful for those involved. And it's really that simple. It's universal. Everyone recognizes when harm has happened. And all it is just when subjective experiences have merged in an involuntary way. So the definition for natural law, this is Mark Passio's definition, who I would consider to be probably the best teacher of natural law in the modern day. So natural means inherent or having a basis in nature, in reality, in truth, not man-made or caused by humankind. And law, which is an existing condition, which is binding and immutable and cannot be changed. So natural law are essentially binding and immutable conditions inherent in nature, not influenced or changed by man, but governs and rules the behavior of all beings within the cosmos. And again, it's ever present. It is beyond the macrofold. Mark Passio also describes the acts of violence, which he calls the 7 deadly sins. Violence is carried out through these 7 acts that any individual is capable of. Okay, anyone is capable of doing these actions. It doesn't matter who you are or how good you think you are. It's still possible for you to do these things. And these actions are murder, sexual assault, trespass, deception, theft, and coercion. All of these acts restrict the individual from expressing themselves through blatant disrespect of the authority of said individual and impose real demonstrable hindrances or obstacles within that individual's life. So the way Mark Passio describes it is an individual's life is their property. It is that which is properly theirs. And they use their property to interact in the objective world. And when someone initiates one of these violent acts, they are claiming illegitimate ownership over that individual's property, their life, their ability to interact in the world, or whether it's their physical objects that they care for and are responsible for, because the initiator thinks that in their ego, this person owes them something. So all of these actions are objectively harmful in the sense that anyone who sees them could recognize that they are bad. For example, if you were assaulted, like let's say someone, as you were walking down the street, decided to come out of their car and jump you with 2 other people and baseball bats, that's probably going to prevent you from walking down the street after that. So literally, these people, through their act of violence, have stopped you dead in your tracks from what you were doing. And that's what all of these actions do in some way or some form. In some way, they take from the individual and restrict and limit their ability to interact in the world. Sovereign expression of the self is the purpose of each individual being in existence. And in this macrofold, there are actions which directly interfere with other individuals from expressing themselves. Effects are clear in how these causes restrict this expression in a shared objective world. Expression itself is objective and subjective, as the experience affects the individual and the world around them in a connected yet nuanced way. Therefore, when an individual's subjective experience has been violated through an act of transgression, its effects are objectively deficient in the way they restrict the potential of the medium from the expression itself through the individuals who come from it. The medium is expressing itself through us in base space, total space is experiencing itself in base space through individual microfolds such as us. And when other microfolds think that they have some sort of legitimate ability to interfere with the way other microfolds live, they are restricting the entire limitless potential of the medium. So what does it take to live in harmony with the sacred or the macrofold and other microfolds within it? Just as there are 7 acts of violence, there are 4 sacred principles that any individual can do or adopt, which will instantly make them a good person if they are true to these principles. In order for the microfolds to live in harmony with one another and the macrofold they are a part of, metaphors must be formed with principles which are in alignment with the foundation of all of existence. That is to say, they're in alignment with the sovereign authority of each individual and their place within it. Just as there are universal actions with limit, perception, and expression, there are principles which allow it to flourish. These are the principles of self-responsibility, the non-initiation of harm, the act of self-defense, and the act of service unto others. These principles respect the boundaries of other individuals and the flow from them. And if we look on the right-hand side, these are Maxwell's equations of electricity and magnetism. And they pretty much perfectly, as much as math can, align with the sacred principles. Now again, this is quantitative, and I'm providing a qualitative description, and you cannot just simply input math into morality. However, if we look at these equations, if we look right here, where I have my cursor, this is the law, this is the equation of electricity. On the left-hand side, this is basically the divergence of the electrical field within a closed volume. And this is the charge density enclosed within this. So essentially, what this is saying is that the electrical charge coming from this volume or this particular point in space is equal and proportionate to the electrical charge within the space. And what does this mean? This means that you have energy, or you have an electrical charge that you use to interact in the world. And all of the energy that you put into the world is directly proportionate to you as an individual. And what this basically means is you're responsible for the energy you put into the world. So this is Maxwell's law of equation and how it relates to responsibility. This one here in the bottom right-hand corner, this is the law of magnetism, or the equation of magnetism. And it states that magnets are not monopoles and always formed closed loops. So it's like a torus field. It goes in and out. This is a magnetic field. So at a particular point in space, regardless of if the point has any magnetic field or not, the magnetic field coming from that particular point in space is always equal to 0. They always return, the magnetic field always returns to their source, and any magnetic action projected into the universe is projected back at the projector. So harm initiation is structurally bound to return back to the initiator. So whatever you do to influence people is always going to return back to you. This is the equation of magnetism. This one here in the top left-hand corner is Faraday's cage of induction. And this basically perfectly maps to the principle of self-respect. Or not self-respect, self-defense. Long-time varying magnetic fields induces a curling electric field. So this is the curling electric field here, this divergent symbol with the X. And Lenz's law dictates the induced current always creates a magnetic field opposing the charge which made the curl. So this negative is Lenz's law. And this is the external force. The system generates immediate and proportional force in the form of E. So basically, it is an intrinsic reactionary force which opposes disruption to equilibrium. So if you bring something to disrupt the equilibrium of a particular point, it will naturally generate an electrical field to cancel out the disruption, perfectly mirroring or paralleling the principle of self-defense, which is that if there's an initiator of harm, you're more than in your own right to defend yourself and others. Whoops. And then this right here is Ampère's equation, which basically is the magnetic field generated by the electric currents. It just changes the electric field known as the displaced current. So J is the flow of the charge from the currents. And this part here, I don't know what that symbol is, but the E over T is the movement of the charge. And it creates a changing electric field which generates a magnetic field. So it internally shifts and radiates outwards, generating a supportive framework, which is represented by B, that sustains fields further down its energetic vector or its energetic action at the point that assists and moves objects. So basically, there's a force that essentially helps objects move, perfectly mirroring the principle of self-responsibility. So Maxwell's equations quantitatively parallel the four sacred principles. And these four sacred principles, I would say, are prevalent in every religion and Aboriginal and native culture that exists. Because these are the principles that respect sovereign authority. So now we're going into the history section. Before civilization, humanity was animist, which ultimately means they viewed everything around them as alive, and because everything was alive, everything was sacred and respected. Living within nature and observing how in everyday life the act of one thing could affect many other things meant humanity always saw itself as a part of nature. It was a recognition that from this unlimited energy source, liveliness was breathed into the forms of matter, animating them from the rivers of life. They saw themselves in the trees, rivers, animals, forests, anything they saw themselves in. They were masters of self-respect because they lived entirely within the bounds of nature. And this is a cave painting from Colombia. There's a lot of cave paintings there. So no false boundaries. For tens of thousands of years, humans existed symbiotically with the environment around them, forming egalitarian societies. It has been stated by historians such as Yuval Noah Harari that humans were insignificant animals, insinuating that humans feebly shared the earth with life forms more dominant than they were. So, in the mainstream academic worldview, in order to be significant, you have to be dominant and absolutely control the environments around you, or else you're just struggling to survive. Examined through the lens of Aboriginal groups who still carry on these traditions throughout the world reveals otherwise. And one example is Wally of Navajo teaching. He is a great oral teacher. And one of the things that he talks about, for example, are the Deni, who are basically a spiritually enlightened group of people who guides humans to live better. And they emphasize harmony, self-respect, having or using your language properly. They even have a holy language or a spiritual language that would basically bring life to that which they spoke. It was a sort of powerful language. And these things, these principles shaped their way of living, because the people who learned from the Deni, who were these spiritual teachers essentially, they wanted, you could say they wanted to impress them. They wanted to live up to the standards of those who they thought were more knowledgeable than they were. So these cultures who still remember their roots demonstrate they did not dominate their environment, mainly because their ego was not shaped by the concept of physical property belonging to another individual. Now, they still had property, they still had physical things, but this concept of this is mine and I'm willing to fight to the death to defend what is mine was virtually non-existent, especially amongst people who existed within the tribe. So infighting amongst the tribe over these sorts of things was very rare in these times. But, you know, there still would have been squabbles and there still would have been disagreements. But the point is, they had reasonable ways to deal with these disagreements. In fact, egalitarianism would basically punish those who would attempt to take too much for themselves and forcefully reallocate resources equally throughout the group. So essentially, many of these cultures would practice a form of coercion centered around ensuring that survival of the group was maintained. Because if one individual is taking too much resources or whatever, because they're big, bad, and ambitious, it takes away from everyone else. And this was just something many cultures just did not tolerate. They had ways of dealing with it. Property was seen for its purpose and utility, such as the fact a tool could build better shelter, or that food and water were required to live. And when I say property, I mean physical things, because earlier I did say that your body was your property. And basically that is true here. Each individual was their own, but they had to answer to the survival needs of the group, which in these times would have been a hefty call to answer. But still, I don't think it would have been necessarily that hard. It just would have taken some work. Individuals did not respect physical property, as much as they respected each other or other living things, because it was apparent to ancient humans that life was more important than inanimate objects. So these people, they had an intuitive realization because their egos and their worldviews and paradigms were shaped entirely by nature. And because they existed in nature, which is just basically the open medium, or the limitless potential of the medium expressing itself in the purest way, they never had any concepts of imposing boundaries over other people. It strengthened their intuition to live amongst nature. To these prehistoric humans, the mystery and purpose of life was not a secret. They realized Everything in the world, from humans to animals to the tools to the water, everything holds the breath of living waters. And living waters is the infinite potential of the medium. This intuitive realization was had by the many simply just from being exposed to nature in everyday life. The boundaries of other things in this shared existence was respected as if they were the individual boundaries themselves. Humanity never attempted to impose artificial boundaries over nature, attempting to contain or harness this unlimited fear or this unlimited energy. Self-expression of all life was the sacred truth which shaped the actions of these ancestors, our ancestors, who understood they had no legitimate place interfering with how others chose to express themselves. It was the realization that they were alive, everything else was alive, and everything lived in a shared living world. This paradigm was guided by an uncorrupted intuition. And this is because they did not fear the world around them. The way they saw fear was completely different from how we think of fear today. The ancients thought of fear as more of like an acronym. The sacred occult elements, fire, earth, air, and the rivers of living water. This is fear to them. It's nature. And there's nothing to fear about nature because they're a part of nature. And when you realize this, you can adopt the fifth occult element, which is spirit, which is you, a part of the four elements in base space, the projected space coming from the limitless sea of potential. And we can even see here on the right, this is a Celtic knot, which perfectly, and I mean perfectly, illustrates the weaving of threads and the overlaps of how each individual action affects those around them. We're part of an interconnected tapestry of experience that the ancients did not fear. They had internalized basically as intuition. And what is intuition? It's just basically making the right choice without thinking about it. So the right choice is just pretty much always whatever respects sovereign authority the most. And that's how these people lived before civilization, before fear corrupted them, and they saw the earth as living, fire, earth, air, and the rivers of living water. Acceptance of danger and chaos. For many tens of thousands of years, humanity shared a relationship with life around them with respect, and they coexisted peacefully. But this peace was not without danger. Instead, peace existed because of how humanity viewed these dangers. The inherent danger of living in nature was not feared, but accepted as natural forces beyond human control. These forces being beyond human control does not negate the fact that humans are fully in control of their own destinies, and nor does it negate the fact that we have total agency over ourselves. Rather, that our destinies are defined by how we navigate such dangers and chaos. Inherent parallels within or perils within nature were not seen as realities to conquer or control. Instead, they were seen as things to circumvent or avoid, or perhaps even a test. But they were never seen as things to conquer and tame and outright control. The boundaries of nature are their own, and no metaphor any collective comes up with will ever break these boundaries, which are beyond ideas. Predators, natural disasters, and illness all had their place as a part of an interconnected tapestry of truth and experience, and were accepted. Now, just because they accepted them doesn't mean that, for example, if someone's getting eaten by a tiger or if someone has a sickness in their body that, they just leave them to their fates. They tried to help people. They tried to help each other. They nurtured and cared for one another. But these were just things that were seen as a part of the world. Most importantly, these were things generally not feared by the average man or woman during the tens of thousands of years, where the boundaries of nature and the individuals who lived within them were respected. So if you want to think of how the ancients viewed nature, they viewed it as a labyrinth or a maze, something to navigate, something that at any moment you could lose complete control of yourself and be controlled by the maze. But if you maintain a calm demeanor, if you respect the danger of the maze, you can safely navigate it. It is a possibility. It is a strong possibility for most anyone to achieve. So these people were not as primitive as we might make them out to be. The pre-civilized people. Cave dwellings was an advanced way of living symbiotically with the environment, as it did not violate boundaries of other biological agents. At least not seriously. Building into a mountain or a cave is pretty much exactly taking the land and making it your home. It's probably like the most symbiotic way a human could live. And this picture here is in China. And there's a lot of stuff in China that's ancient. And the people there seem to have a really respectful way of living with nature. They also demonstrate a level of coordination for group-oriented tasks through the collective labor and maintenance required to make a cave home. So to make this, it took effort. It took coordination. Even though that each individual was ultimately their own and respected, this did not prevent them from coming together and forming, a hierarchy when they needed to complete a task. But once the task is completed, the hierarchy essentially ends. On top of this, life was made more vibrant through specialized hardware which acted as an acoustic harmonic designed to capture and amplify natural and unseen frequencies. Most notable of these frequency-based tools are pots designed to mimic and project noises for spiritual or survival-based purposes. Many of our ancestors were not just simply surviving, but thriving in ways not seen in thousands of years. Technology was based in a sacred, inseparable partnership between humanity and the world around them. Because of this, conflict was small-scale and interpersonal. There still was conflict. It just was not anything like what we think of as war or conflict today. And the people generally accepted or at least tolerated one another as long as boundaries were respected. And essentially, what does this technology look like that I'm talking about? Well, there is what they call archaeoacoustics or archaeoharmonics or acoustic harmonics. I think it's any one of those names. Where it's essentially been shown and demonstrated that ancient humans were capable of engineering caves in complex ways that basically made it so that sound was made to keep them safe from outsiders and to bring out certain spiritual components and characteristics within themselves. So, for example, the caves would be designed in such a way so that if someone beat a drum in the cave, no one would be able to tell where the drum was coming from. It would bounce off the walls and the floors in such a way that it would sound like it was coming from the walls or the floors, or even your own mind. And there's even some areas where I think they got it. There's some areas where the caves and the the architecture of the cave mimics 110 hertz. And it was said that when someone beat a drum within this particular area, it would activate thoughts or emotions and the prefrontal cortex and put people into a meditative state. This is what they were doing thousands of years ago. Now, I'm not going to say all human beings were this advanced, but there were definitely groups of people who had advanced cave dwellings that utilized frequencies to basically make them more spiritually aware. It was like I said, when they would activate the sounds, it would literally turn on their prefrontal cortex and bring out certain thoughts and emotions, putting them in a meditative state. So what happened? The split happened. And also, the guy who wrote that about the archaeoacoustics is Fernando Augusto Coimbra. But anyway, something happened in history that made humans go from this way we were living before, connected with nature, to the way we're living now. And it was essentially a group of humans who assembled into a highly dense living space, who isolated themselves and learned disciplines that no one else had the time or energy to. For the first time in human existence, people no longer lived in nature, but in their area almost completely separate from nature. There were no dangers such as predators or natural disasters to worry about, and there was no honest work required to survive. There were the provisions of the space they found, and the hard boundaries between the people within and the people outside. This population was detached from their brothers and sisters on the outside, for they no longer answered to the demands of nature, but only to the demands of their own group. It's possible they may not have been Homo sapien, but another hominid altogether. I don't know what they were. Okay, I don't think they were aliens, though. But they could have really been anything. There's no reason to rule out other hominids. Regardless of these self-segregated humans, they formed a breakaway civilization from the nature dwellers around them, and instead lived in the world and observed it. So, the animist cultures, the people like the Navajo who learned from the Denny, for example, they live in nature. This means that they're constantly answering to nature's demands. But these people, on the other hand, did not live in nature like what we would think of. They lived in pretty much a paradise. Paradise as in it was the most perfect conditions for anyone to live, and they basically had no danger in their life. But they were in a position to observe those around them. And when they did observe those around them, it absolutely terrified them because they lived in their controlled, isolated boundary that was essentially perfect. Perfect because they didn't have to answer to any demands that was not their own group. And perfect because they could operate at peak efficiency learning disciplines. So when they looked at the people around them, they didn't see people. They saw chaotic variables who are not in control of their own actions. They saw the world living through people instead of people living in the world. And this to them was terrifying, because if the world lives through people, that means people aren't in control of themselves. And because they live in this detached special area where they're learning all these disciplined knowledges, they begin to view themselves as the only people who are actually in control of their actions. So these people would become the first elite to ever exist, and they were technocrats. The Tuft supports this. There's a few areas in the Tuft that support this, but we're just going to look at this one. So the breakaway civilization is a physical system governed by a closed, odd-dimensional Hopf shell geometry. So it's essentially a shell isolated from everything outside of it, or a boundary isolated from everything outside of it. And because of its intrinsic topology, it is mathematically shielded from the scale-dependent, divergent renormalization demands of the external world, operating instead under a state of exact, self-contained mathematical finiteness. And in this section that I quote, it states, on a closed Riemannian manifold of odd dimensions, the critical heat trace coefficient ad vanishes. This basically means they're not losing any energy having to go out and scavenge for food, worry about predators, worry about natural disasters, any of these things, worry about other people. Instead, they can just sit in their isolated area and look at geometry and math and psychology and whatever else all day. They're literally people operating at peak efficiency that was never before seen, because no one had properly isolated themselves. And one way we can think of it is when boundaries come together and they merge that are diverse and similar, they basically form a super boundary that is isolated from everything else around it. And what this looks like for these people is you have these people who are maybe a bit more intellectual, maybe they're a bit more or a bit more sedentary. And so they come across the perfect, ideal, and pristine land. And when this group of people meets this group of land, they come together to form a tight-knit boundary that is basically untouched by anyone else, that allows them to operate again at peak efficiency. And there's strong parallels in myth, such as the myth of Enki and Ninhursag in describing Dilmun. And it reads in some of these lines, in Dilmun the raven was not yet cawing, the partridge not yet cackling, the lion did not slay, the wolf did not carry off lambs, the dog had not been taught to make kids curl up. And it also says, no eye disease is said there, I am eye disease. No headache said there, I am the headache. No woman prolonged there to say, I am an old woman, and no man belonged there to say, I am an old man. So the myths literally describe of a land that allows people to operate at peak efficiency, that is described as the most pristine, beautiful land to ever exist, Dilmun. And, no one got sick, no one got old, there were no predators. It perfectly matches the description of the splits and what I would expect for people to be living in an environment where they are allowed to operate at peak efficiency. So what is a paradise? Because that's exactly where they lived. And in fact, all mythological and religious paradises are talking about the enclosure that the elites came from. So in Old Iranian, it means paradisia, and I may have butchered that pronunciation, but basically means around and wall. So it means, basically means a walled enclosure, separated from the world around it. And to its inhabitants, it would have been far better to live in the enclosure than live outside of it, because here they were insulated from the dangers of the world. It was a hard boundary that heavily restricted the information from other boundaries, allowing the paradise dwellers to develop systems of viewing the world which was unprecedented. They formed an interdisciplinary approach to viewing the world rooted in materialism, combining methods such as geometry, astronomy, psychology, and other analytical frameworks made a precise way of viewing the world. Unmatched precision was the greatest tool of the elites, and when used on the world outside of the paradise, what they measured terrified them. The need for accuracy and rigor blinded them to the fact you cannot possibly categorize the unlimited potential of nature. And if we want to visualize what this looks like of the gods, because that's basically what they are, well, that's what they would become, being terrified of nature, we can look to the myth of the Enuma Elish, when Anu asks Enki to go out and confront Tiamat, but Enki's too scared to confront Tiamat because it's an uncontrollable monster that has, pretty much nothing to do with the way they live. So that's really how the elites, or these people, viewed the outside world, as a monster that needs to be tamed and slayed. And if we look here in the picture, the paradise enclosure, it doesn't have buildings in it. It has a bunch of trees, because it's always described as a garden. That's another word for paradise. It's like a walled garden. It mimicked nature, but it was like an oasis that shielded the people from danger, and in a world of inherent danger. So it wasn't a literal walled structure. It was likely protected by the natural landscape itself. So from here, they began to form a false metaphor about the world. And when a collective begins to shape ideas about the world, they form a metaphor or an egregore. This metaphor is living because it is constantly nurtured with the attention and care from the microfolds who birthed it. So this means that in the case of the elites, for example, they have this idea about the world. They think it's scary, and they continuously do things and think things that reinforce this collective idea that they formed. These ideas are based on real things, be they physical objects, places, or observed behaviors of biological or astrological microfolds. Egregores are inherently neutral data sets of utility. However, depending on the nature of the paradigm of the reality and intent behind the beings who formed these, determine their fate. So if you have a group of people who have the idea that the world is scary and needs to be tamed, they're going to collectively power this belief until it basically overtakes their actions, even if there may have been people amongst them who did not think this way. But it doesn't have to be this way, of course, because as I was pointing out, the people before these elites came along, they did not have destructive egregores. They had symbiotic egregores, which allowed them to interact in the world peaceably. When a group of people detach themselves from the open field of information, or nature, their own fields of information begin to take on a distorted meanings that do not accurately reflect reality. So these people, they didn't live in nature, but they saw nature, and because they weren't actually experiencing the real demands of nature, they just didn't understand the lives that the people they were observing and they were living. To them, it seemed terrifying because in their enclosure, they don't have to answer to anything. They only have to answer to themselves. So in their minds, they're in full control over themselves. But all these people outside this enclosure, in their minds, because they have to answer to nature and these inhuman forces and even predators, they're not in control of their lives. And so the idea becomes then that they need structure and order in their lives, and the elites are the only ones capable of doing it. They instead reflect projections. These metaphors reflect projections of what those who formed the egregore think reality is. It doesn't have anything to do with reality. The elite fed their collective egregore information based on categorization, predictability, and precise measurementation. Something you're not going to find in nature, because nature is spontaneous and chaotic. This made them hyper-analytical, but they lacked a true understanding of the chaos of existence because they never really experienced it. That is, it is impossible as a limited finite microfold expression to measure and predict everything in the world around you. Ultimately, the elite formed an egregore of containment and restriction. So basically, these elite think that they're God, because as I described, God is the force which actively maps out and you could say measures everything. But these people want to do that because they live in the world and they see nothing but chaos in it, because they don't understand the totality of all possibilities that could be. They only see what their limited perception allows them to see. And this is why humanity, no matter how hard we try, can be God. Because God is the force that experiences and measures all things simultaneously at all times. And this is basically, this picture represents what the false egregore looks like. It's just a big cloud of smoke that generates nothing but fire. And I'm going to say that the smoke came first, which basically adds to the fires. Or you can think of the fires as the people forming the egregore and in their destructive, ignorant paradigms, end up destroying the beauty of the world instead of harmonizing with it, because they don't understand the natural beauty and chaos of the world. So psychic manifestation is the elites feeding this egregore and accelerating their level of knowledge when they eventually contacted it. Yes, the elites contacted and basically spoke to the egregore. Appearing in the form of thoughts generated by the collective, the ways of categorization were mastered because of the unity of those inside the enclosure. So the people inside the enclosure, they were fairly unified. And if we look to the myths of the gods, they're always depicted as having a hierarchical structure, answering to a deity at the top, typically a man. Sometimes it used to be a woman. Like, for example, the Anunnaki, Namu used to be the head goddess, and Anu came after her, but they switched it around at a later date. A singular purpose to learn the world from a detached perspective puts a metaphor into the collective field of the living, unlike any other metaphors thought before it. So, just like the elite who are sitting in their isolated location, detached from everyone else around them, the egregore they formed is existing in a very similar state. It's existing in an area that is detached from all the other egregores around them, because the elite are not really interacting with the people around them, and because the people around the elite don't even know that they really exist. The egregore that exists amongst the other egregores is basically unseen, the egregore formed by the elites. From here, a symbiotic relationship, if we can call it that, it's symbiotic for them, yeah, but not for everyone else, between the elite and egregore was born. The elite would power the psychic manifestation through the belief that their plans for the future were righteous, and the egregore would unify and clarify their thoughts, allowing the elites to develop more sophisticated systems of measurements to exist. The elites' plans were simple: to unify the world under a banner of logic and technique, seemingly using their vast knowledge to better mankind. So basically, technique is just labor, or how people do labor, and the elites want to, or this detached group, they want to be the ones directing the labor of everyone, because if they can do that, then they're the ones in control of other people's lives, who in their minds aren't even in control of their lives because they're answering to nature. So in the elites' minds, by telling these people what to do, by directing their labor, they're bringing order to their lives, because the elites inherently think they know better of how we or anyone else should live their lives. So, physical manifestation, the living data set existing in etheric space, or existing in a state where it's not tangible, did not satisfy the elites. And they needed to make the metaphor a microfold in order for their plan to truly succeed. To do this, they would create a machine designed to store information very similar to a computer to coordinate their quest to conquer the earth. It was designed to serve as a centralized processor, which would allow them to keep in contact over vast distances. Precise measurementation was the way of the newly born elites. A machine which contained information that could be accessed through a direct brain implants, which would allow for quick and effective ways to categorize the unknown as they embarked upon. So it's likely an analog machine of some kind that was a one-of-a-kind analog machine that they attempted to store this egregore in. And aside from the tablet of destiny, which is basically described as a tablet that controlled the fates of all people, the only way to access the information from the egregore would have been through headdresses, as gods are always, they're typically portrayed with horns on their heads that are gold. So these are likely antennas tuned to the egregore, or likely it's probably a more direct brain implant similar to a Neuralink. Because in order to access the information in the stored analog container without losing information, it just had to be beamed directly to the people's brain. The egregore would have limitations in serving the elite if it remained as such an egregore. But building a body to contain this information would mean that it could interact with, directly eliminating its biggest limitation of all. Their ideas could not have simply only existed as an abstract for the elites. This would be an insult to their very paradigm. Okay, so to the elite, who basically think they're God, they need to make their vision of the world real, which is why, as long as their collective ideas, thoughts, and information remains an intangible thing that they can't really measure, that means that it's something outside of their control. And control is the game of the elites. They have a strong desire to control every possible thing that they can, because they fear spontaneity and chaos, which is to them is anything they can't control or predict. So what is the machine they built? It's basically the black cube of Saturn is the egregore that they've made and the physical manifestation of it. It is essentially the ultimate closed circuit machine to ever exist, made with perfect geometry, sporting jet black exteriors and interiors, and housing in its center a crystal made of white. It is designed to capture fractals of light, store them indefinitely, analyze all light fractal patterns within its containment zone, then generate output in the form of frequency-based transmission tuned to the nodes of energy external to itself. And the nodes of energy external to itself are the elites, and later the cities that they would develop. It is a stationary analog object with a singular purpose, the conquest of the world and the maintenance of the systems to secure its conquest. And this purpose, its programs, its the thoughts that shape it are based entirely in fear. Fear of the unlimited potential of chaos and just a blatant rejection of this potential. It was programmed with the machinations of the elite, making it serve a singular purpose it is incapable of overturning. So it's basically a machine that's stuck in a feedback loop of its own programming that it cannot escape. Its programming deserves the preservation of the self and the ways of the elite at all cost, creating a massive feedback loop as it attempts to contain the spontaneity of all things which do not conform to its programming. The black box is a living metaphor which has no purpose other than egoic demands of its makers. So the black box is essentially a topological cavity resonator. It traps energy into static standing wave patterns and acts as a phase locking device which basically contains the information flow and puts them into predictable loop patterns. So it's the only purpose of this thing is to make everything around in the world, around the elite, more predictable and to contain the spontaneity of life. So eventually, war broke out, and the technocratic elite descended upon the earth, imposing the greatest boundary ever conceived to contain the unpredictability of chaos and the world. Resistance was met at all levels, including the physical, psychological, and informational, creating a total war scenario. The elite were alien to their environments, unlike anything or anyone else around them. Now, they weren't literally aliens from space. They were alien in the sense that the way they thought of the world and the tools they had at their disposal was just not like anything else anyone had. No one thought that the world was something to be feared, and no one was developing tools to control the world based in a paradigm of fear. The humans who lived in nature now found themselves being slaughtered, subjugated, and forced to battle people who sought their complete annihilation of life. They wanted to completely destroy these people and separate, or I should say contain them within a boundary of their making, separating them from nature. Neither side truly understood the other. However, the elite had the advantage of observing those they lived outside the paradise they lived in. So the elite, they did not understand the people they were observing. As I said, they saw people who were not in control of their own lives, who needed order. And they were going to provide the order because, as they saw, they were the only people in the world who were in control of their own lives because they did not have to answer to the demands and dangers of nature. Those who lived outside almost certainly had no idea of an isolated group of humans plotting domination over the entire planet, and they were caught off guard by the methods of the elites. asymmetrical knowledge and methods eventually won the war for the technocratic elite against the people who never wanted it in the first place. This allowed them to install the greatest and most terrible machine in history, the city-state. And the war would basically is talked about in the Enuma Elish, the war between the gods and Tiamat, and I talked about it a little bit, how Enki feared them, Anu feared them, everyone feared them except Marduk, who eventually came along and just, in the myth, pretty much slays the monsters effortlessly. Clearly, what's being described in the Enuma Elish is a group of people who are waging war on everyone around them. And when Marduk says he creates the boundary between heaven and earth, he's talking about the city-states. Because the city-state is what separates man from heaven and earth, putting them in their own isolated boundary that has little to do with heaven or earth. It has to do with the machinations of the elites. And so, Tiamat and her monsters is how the elite would go on to symbolize and talk about nature as this beast that needs to be slain by the glorious god Marduk. And before that, it was likely Enlil, the Sumerian version, who slays Tiamat, but the Babylonian version is Marduk. And the reason for that is entirely political, because after the Sumerians were gone, the Babylonians wanted their own thing. So they made it Marduk. So what does it actually look like for these people to go out and wage war? These sedentary people who sit in their isolated boundary all day and night, not having to do anything really physical. Well, they didn't do it themselves. They relied on other people. More vigorous and stronger than they were, essentially forming proxy forces. Possibly the most successful proxy force in history for the elite were the Yamnaya, a people forged by the steppe mountains who rode horses utilizing wheel technology to flatten all other cultures of Europe, Eurasia, and eventually the Indus Valley in a second wave in about the 1500s BC. So the first wave of Yamnaya were about 3000 BC, but their culture stuck around for a long time. Archaeologists argue they were shaped by their environment, and the open plains of the steppe forged a moral compass centered on theft and protection of property from theft. In my mind, I don't think this explains their advanced pantheon of gods or their wheel technology, for if the land had that much effect on behavior, the Yamnaya or someone similar would have developed there sooner, far sooner than 3000 BC. The Yamnaya gods perfectly mirror that of a detached group of masters anthropomorphizing natural forces to attract followers. The Yamnaya served as tools of war while living gained little. Most men died in their 20s and 30s. But you know what? They sure got to pass on their genetics, so I guess it was okay for them. That's what made it all worth it. If they die and they get to father children, it was all worth it. The infrastructure which came after them had nothing to do with how they lived on the steppes either. Instead, literally what came after them was closed-off cities governed by laws which made the men weaker and more dependent on external forces dominating the behaviors of the living. The Yamnaya did not live in walled cities. They did not have written laws. They didn't do anything like this. But yet, for some reason, after their conquest, this is what takes their place. And another point is, they flattened Europe and Eurasia. They did not go into Egypt or Sumer because these places were already built and urbanized. And the reason they didn't go there is because You don't flatten a lot that's already built on. Those places were already urbanized by the elites. The Yamnaya were used to essentially hit other places that the elite weren't. And this is, it's unknown if this is their god, because I don't think they wrote really anything. But their god's name is Deus Vierter, or Deus Vierter, who is basically a sky father god, very similar to Anu or Enlil. And if this is the god here depicted, which I'm going to say it is, it perfectly mirrors that of a cargo cult. It could also be that this is a Kurgan. And the Kurgan were their kings, the advanced Yamnaya who had proper burials. And their burials basically just separate them from the earth. In like a square and boxed in tombs. But if we assume that this is a god and we look at the stuff in his hands, it perfectly mirrors that of a cargo cult, because this would be the god giving the gifts of technology to his followers, the Yamnaya, the pickaxe, the axe, the wheel, the whatever. And if the Yamnaya are anything like the Sumerians, they will say that their technology came from the gods, which is exactly what's being depicted here. And if we look here at where my cursor is, you can clearly see the purpose of the tools in hand. Here's a person standing over another person. This person right here, it looks like a woman, I think, because that looks like a ponytail of some type. They're falling to their knees, and they have their elbow and hands right in front of them as a person stands behind them with their hand at a 90-degree angle like this, as if they're going to thrust some sort of weapon down into this person, killing them. And this might not be a woman, it could be a man, I don't know, but regardless, this is exactly how the Yamnaya lived. They took the tools of Deus Vierter, and they used them for war, as depicted right here on the side of this sculpture. And again, why is it that that the systems that came after them had nothing to do with how they lived? So, they were undoubtedly a cargo cult, which means that they bore the brunt of the entropic exchange, while their gods reaped the rewards they sowed with their blood and DNA spreading. The Yamnaya introduced a massive genetic bottleneck where approximately 1 in every 20 men was reproducing with the women, while the rest were likely either scattered off or killed, or maybe just castrated. The Yamnaya blended their pantheon of gods with the people they conquered, forming a traumatic marriage-based in violence between paradigms. So literally, the Yamnaya attacking all these cultures is the definition, or I should say, one of the clearest historical examples we can see of the involuntary merging of boundaries. They went to the egalitarian communities around them, and they just forced them to merge, basically, through war. And this forceful blend of DNA, religious belief, and language laid the foundation for what would establish modern Europe as we know it. And Europe pretty much perfectly mirrors the Yamnaya and how they live, which is expansionists, colonizers who are really, really good at forcefully merging boundaries of other people with their own. And here are some quotes from the Harvard lab. the David Reich Lab and the Wall Street Journal. This is from their article, How the Yamnaya Shaped the World. And they say this incredible expansion laid a foundation for pre-modern globalization, said one professor or one scholar. For the people living in Eurasia before the Yamnaya arrived, being conquered was tantamount to cultural erasure. And that's exactly what the Yamnaya did. Through their genetic bottleneck, through their forceful merging of religions, they basically made these people very easy for the elite to come in and fill a massive power vacuum, which the Yamnaya wouldn't be able to contest at that point because they had pretty much spent themselves physically. And the people that the Yamnaya were fighting would not be able to contest because they had undergone huge amounts of trauma. Experts believe there was likely a religious or ideological driver of the Yamnaya expansion. And yeah, let's put emphasis on religious and ideological driver. And also put emphasis on that ideological driver not being natural from them, but instead imposed by a group of people who saw them as strong physical specimens who would make great warriors for shaping the world they wanted them to. Which is why everything the Yamnaya did was pretty much in honor of their gods, proudly dying for their gods at the age of 25 or whatever. But it made it worth it because, as I said, they got to spread their DNA. So, a couple years ago, there was several articles, and I have some of them here. Global News, CBS, Fox, others. They were putting out an article that said something like, Harvard scientists, which is who wrote this article as well, that's where David Reich Lab is from, say there might be an unknown technologically advanced civilization hiding on Earth. Now, I wonder if they can make the connection between ancient proxy forces and this technologically advanced civilization, which is likely who knows how old. So, dominion through momentum. Once the war was won, crushing the self-efficiency of those who lived in nature and making them dependent on the methods of the elites, they were more easily herded into cities to live out their days. Cities had obvious benefits, such as safety from many dangers and the abundance of food. However, these benefits came at the cost of maintenance. No longer were people living freely in the world experiencing it. Instead, they were tirelessly working to maintain the surplus of resources. So after these wars and after these traumatic experiences, these city-states basically offered people a way to rebuild their lives in a way that was comfortable. They could support big families. All they had to do was just work to supply the city-state. And as it turns out, it was a lot more work than what was required to actually live in nature. And this separated humanity from nature, who would grow weaker and less intelligent. Oh man, than their ancestors. And we can look at humans before and after agriculture. Humans before agriculture, they had stronger bones, bigger brains, more muscle. And then after agriculture, that stuff reduces by like 10 or 15% in mass. The war was so traumatic and created a wave of momentum so large that it has carried this boundary and the egregore into the modern day. The fundamental blueprint of civilization, which is designed to create a hard boundary through hierarchy and compartmentalization governed with knowledge, has not changed in many thousands of years. And what is hierarchy and compartmentalization? It's essentially a top-down structure designed to segregate the attention of the people so that the people at the top understand how everyone is moving within their system, while the people who are lower down the hierarchy and compartmentalized in their particular field of labor are only seeing, the field in front of them. They're out there planting seeds or gathering food, and they don't understand, not to the level the person at the top of the hierarchy does, how all these things are influencing the society at large. So the war, it basically created such a massive power vacuum. And these people were so effective at taking advantage of it, it's carried thousands of years later into today. The same ways that the technocratic elite created persist today. And that brings us to the lie of struggle. The thing that one of the many lies they need to keep civilization going. And there have been two things that have kept civilization unchanging. First is that it operates through mythology, designed to reshape the way its subjects see reality. And this is another thing Yuval Noah Harari talks about quite a bit. He'll basically tell you that in order for human beings to coordinate at a large scale, they need to believe in mythology or things that aren't real. So that way, strangers who don't know each other have something in common that allows them to coordinate for group-oriented tasks. But of course, we know this isn't true. You could absolutely have stories based in reality that do not distort it to coordinate people. They don't have to be make-believe. And as we see that with the ancient animists who had healthy egregores. So most notable of these myths is the cultural religions, like the Abrahamic faiths, which first shaped the people to have blind faith in their captors. And these are just basically cargo cults from the ancient time of war, remembering the technocratic elite as gods who continuously reappear in the child civilizations they parented as archetypes. Ancient myths are simply psychological records of these events written by people who remembered the time before civilization and the violent transition into it. Laws, money, corporations, and all other fictions which require people to believe in them if they are to properly function. You see, the priests and the bankers and these other types of the politicians, they're just custodians of the ancient code based in fear of what is deemed chaos. And they bring this code into the hardware of civilization to contain the chaos. Every single one of them throughout every civilization has pretty much sported this goal. Now, I'm not going to say every priest or every politician has necessarily been bad, because there may have been some with pure intentions. But the fact is that once they adapt the ideas that are based in what the technocratic elite think the world should be, problems arise, which perpetuate needless struggle. And the second is the idea that struggle is eternal or has some sort of teleological goal which will transcend the struggle, which of course, existence is a continuous projection from the unlimited manifested space into base space. There is no real teleological goal, and there certainly is no transcending the struggle through maximizing control over nature. Civilization treats the earth and life as a means to an end with no real end. The moment the illusion of perpetual struggle breaks, the rulers of civilization would no longer have any reason to justify themselves. Therefore, perpetual struggle is necessary to maintain the synthetic systems to this day. And it is literally the cycle of Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, a never-ending cycle of self-destruction. Here is a tenet from the Satanic Temple. And this is an individual post that they made. But the tenet reads, "The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit." This is the tenet. And basically what this means is, or I should say the key word is ongoing. The struggle is an ongoing pursuit. So when does it really end? The struggle never ends. That's when it ends. Because if it were to end, there would be no reason for authorities to justify themselves as figures to contain the chaos. Because there would be no chaos. There would be no struggle. People would be living in harmony yet again, accepting the danger of reality for what it is, instead of struggling against each other, trying to contain the spontaneity of nature. And then this basically reads something about racial equality and justice, and I assume it's probably some sort of legal victory that they may have had. And then they state this is only the beginning. So again, if we know that people have been struggling against racism in this country for hundreds of years before the nation even formed into the United States, and yet somehow now this is only the beginning. Well, it certainly is a new beginning if you view struggle as ongoing and necessary and never ending. So the struggle must have a clear end. It must have a telos, really. The struggle needs to have a telos that's not defined in containing chaos, because then there's no end. And when I say telos, I mean that there needs to be an end goal to the struggle. Because if it's just ongoing and perpetual, then everyone's life is essentially worse, harder. They're restricted in ways that they might not need to be restricted. So now this brings me to the cybernetics section. And cybernetics I will define first, which means this theory or study of communication, which was coined by Norbert Wiener in 1948, with the suffix "x" plus the Latinized form of Greek cybernetis, which means steerman, and metaphorically guide or governor, from kybernon, which means to steer or pilot a ship, or direct as a pilot. Figuratively, to guide or govern, which is of uncertain origin. So they don't know exactly where this word came from. But cybernet just means to pilot or steer. Combined with the suffix "x," which means science or disciplines, the word cybernetics simply means the science of steering the ship. And civilization is a ship designed by the elite for them to steer. And they do it through technology. This word was coined by Aristotle, which combines the word of technique, which means craft or work, and logos, which means mind. So it means basically the state involving logic and concerned with production. So it's not necessarily a government state It's just the state in which humans have accepted is necessary to direct their thoughts and labor. And this was the biggest advantage they had over the population they sought to rule over, because they used technology in a way that is basically materialistic and separates people from nature. And if they can separate people from nature, then they can get them to adopt their paradigm, which is just basically nature's scary. It needs to be controlled. And because you guys lived in nature for so long, you need to be controlled. To fully maximize this advantage, civilization was designed through hierarchical and compartmentalized systems. This unnatural separation forced man to value the production civilization allowed them to craft over the actual life essence that their animist ancestors respected. So now, the things around them, they're not life anymore. It's resources to be extracted. The precision in which the cities were built, specifically how architecture aligned with astrological nodes, allowed the population to produce a surplus of resources unprecedented in nature. And the alignment of cities with stars was very important to coordinate the labor, because it basically put the people on a calendar with a building acting as a fixed position, basically, that aligned with the stars, that allowed the elite to coordinate the people's labor when they needed to or when they wanted to. And this allowed people to grow larger families and live safer. But of course, it came at the cost of deep psychological resentment of being bound to the tools used to maintain the machine of civilization. The tools became an extension of the body itself, and the value of the body was determined by what it was producing for the collective of bodies it shares the space of the city with. So now, civilization basically views you as a tool to be used, and your worth is directly determined by the worth that you bring to other people within the city. It's basically the individual sacrificing themselves for the collective, but the collective's goals are inherently self-destructive. The tools became extensions of the body. Humans both loved and loathed these new conditions because while there were clear and immediate benefits, the recognition of the loss of sovereign authority was apparent. And there are many ancient hymns, for example, from Mesopotamia of people basically remembering the day before the plow, remembering the days before they had to go out there and work in the farm all day. This is because while life was dangerous, life was free. So they operate based off of hierarchy and compartmentalization. Civilization has to be divided through hierarchy and compartmentalization, and Aristotle's definition of technology tells us why. Technology has a certain logic behind it, meaning it is directed by a mind. And it works best when one mind is directing the machine, so there are no parts within it that conflict with itself. If there are multiple different compartments, each answering to their own logic, the logic of the most important component is overwritten and subdued by conflicting operating systems. Because the machine is made up of human parts who are themselves individual, free will sovereign agents, each with their own logic, they must have their minds hyperfixated on specific components of the machine to never realize how all the pieces form a whole moving apparatus. And again, hierarchy and compartmentalization ensures a top-down command structure where everyone's attention is divided on their hyper-specialized task, which is necessary to produce for civilization and the collective that lives within it, so that they never understand how all the pieces move together. So that way, when the king or the person who's in charge of civilization comes along and tells them to do whatever they want them to do, there's no questioning the king, because the king knows more than you do, and the king has been appointed by the gods. Civilization is essentially a panopticon. It is the ultimate prison designed to house people in fields of speciality, removing their spontaneity and potential to actually act in the world. This is the whole goal of hierarchy and compartmentalization. Divide the people's labor, redirect their labor towards what the people who are overseeing the panopticon or the system direct their labor the way they want them to. So you're not working for yourself. You're working for some group of masters who you probably never even met. And I can't stress this enough. The elite do not contribute any real value. They do not do honest work. They instead rely on the ritual of appearing as if they are doing necessary work, and all throughout history into the present day, all they do is maintain their power once that work is completed. I should say the work they do is used to maintain their power. But once that work is completed, they comfortably reap the rewards of the people who actually do the honest work until their next labor cycle. Instead, the elite will show the people how to work, step back, and coordinate. And we can just look at the myth of Atrahasis, for example, which describes the relationship between the first technocratic elite and their first group of workers, the Agigi, the Anunnaki and the Agigi. The Anunnaki essentially wanted people to go out there and work all day for months and months on end while sitting back and doing nothing. And eventually the Agigi, they asked themselves the vital question of, what am I getting out of this? What are these people doing for me? And they got me out here working and digging ditches and doing all this stuff all day. And the answer was not much. And once they realized that, they revolted. And the revolt was so bad that eventually the gods, they say in the myth, made humans to bear the yoke of the Agigi. And then the humans started rebelling against the gods. So they, the Anunnaki, in their infinite wisdom of understanding nature, decides to just flood the humans and leave them to their fate of drowning. So the elite, they're always depicted as sitting back and not doing much of anything. And we can also look to the rituals of Egypt, where the pharaoh would do his fair share of work, which was not very much. They made sure that the pharaoh was the first one each year to plant the first plot of land. And then the rest of the year, he would just sit back and do nothing. So it's really just a ritual to appear important and to set the standard for everyone else. And then once you've done this little bit of work, you just sit back and let everyone else do the work you just showed them how to do and reap the rewards. All the while coming up with all kinds of rules and mandates of how these people need to do the work. And another example, I think, would be Steve Jobs in the modern day. Did Steve Jobs have good ideas about technology? Yes. Was he an innovator? Yeah, sure. I would classify him as those things, sure. But one thing he wasn't was someone who actually worked on the phones. He was just basically someone who stood back, yelled at his engineers all day, and told them what to build. Close my window. So even in the modern day, people like Steve Jobs, who basically the definition of a modern day technocratic elite, they don't work. But they're sure going to take all the credit for the work that the people they were telling to work did. And of course, at the end of his life, he seemed to have regrets of the way he worked. Not surprising. So now this brings us to Lewis Mumford and his mega machine. Lewis Mumford, I think, probably more so than any other philosopher, has perfectly dissected the problems of the world. Here's just a couple of quotes by him. He says, "The dominant minority will create a uniform, all-enveloping superplanetary structure designed for automatic operation. Instead of functioning actively as an autonomous personality, man will become a passive, purposeless, machine-conditioned animal whose proper functions as technicians now interpret man's role, will either be fed into the machine or strictly limited and controlled for the benefit of depersonalized collective organizations." And when he's talking about the machine, when he says they will be fed into the machine, he's talking about civilization. And to Lewis Mumford, his term mega machine basically means the sum total of all technology and human parts that operates civilization. He also states the exactitude in measurements, the abstract mechanical system, the compulsive regulatory of this mega machine, as I shall call it, sprang directly from astronomical observations and scientific calculations. So basically, the elites looking at the stars and trying to do science and to basically put people on the cycle of the stars. This inflexible, predictable order incorporated later in the calendar was transferred to regimentation of the human components. As against earlier forms of ritualized order, this mechanized order was external to man. By a combination of divine command and ruthless military coercion, a large population was made to endure grinding poverty and forced labor at mind-dulling, repetitive tasks in order to ensure life, prosperity, and health for the divine or semi-divine ruler. So basically, your whole purpose in life is to work for those who know better than you. And that's exactly what civilization is. It's an apparatus designed to segregate your attention and direct your labor for masters you have never met. The central processor is essentially the black box or the egregore. The elite built a global civilization through individual nodes, each running different versions of the same script. Individual nodes, I mean civilizations. So Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, these types of things. They're all running the same software. A centralized processor was required to fully take advantage of the energy harvesting operation, which was civilization's primary objective above all others. It's all about harvesting your energy. It's all about taking your labor and your psychic energy and directing it towards what the elite think is best, rather than you deciding for yourself what's best in your life. The black box was this processor of all city nodes, which operated off of the scripts put forward by the elite. It allowed the elite to keep in contact over the distance of thousands of miles far beyond their enclosure. The black box is the living psychic metaphor, which is powered by the sum total of all humans who live by the standards of the city-state. Okay? The black box, the central egregore, is literally feeding off of our psychic energy because we continue to accept the ways which have been imposed on our ancestors by the people who formed the black box through their own paradigms and fear of the world. Those were originally made by the technocratic elites. In order to strengthen their own power, they had to force it upon as many people as possible. And the reason they want to strengthen their power and control other people's lives, again, is because the people outside who live in nature are not actually seen by the elite as being in control of themselves. They're seen as answering to external forces which determine their life. So they need to be controlled. In doing so, the objective of installing the same fear the elite had of nature into those they intended to rule over, justifying their laws and walls. One way to think of it, another thing Mark Passio brings up is called mini-me Satanism. And mini-me Satanism is essentially, you have these big Satanists, or big in the sense that they have a complete or more complete understanding of their paradigms and their place in the world and what they want from the world. And the mini-me Satanist is the person who has the same way of thinking, but they don't understand the broader implications of the satanic paradigm that they actually have, like the big Satanists who shaped the mini-me Satanist. So that's basically what civilization is. It is an apparatus designed to install paradigms into people as well as extract their labor. And that's how they extract their labor, by getting them to believe things that aren't true or things that don't have anything to do with how they actually live. In doing so, the objective of installing the same fear, or they realize the power of the living metaphor and using it to ensnare the people into their own way of thinking, would not only empower this psychic entity they formed, but them as individuals as well. So it's really all about just sitting back and getting a free ride in life as you convince thousands and thousands of people that they should work for you. That's really the whole purpose of the elite. So the hubris of the gods, and they are unfortunately gods. But with the lowercase g, they're not God with the capital G that experiences all things, even though they might want to be. Because of their contribution to creating a space where surplus and storage of resources was achieved, and because they were the ones forcibly dictating these events and directing them, the first technocratic elite became gods. Essentially, their material achievements impressed the people so much they just deified them. Exactly what we see from cargo cults from the 40s, for example, when the United States went into several islands where the native people who were not exposed to such technology ever began to worship the cargo that the Americans brought them in the form of cigarettes or whatever, food. They were not all powerful and had severe limitations, such as their sedentary lifestyle. Their biggest failure, however, was at some point they completely lost control of their own sovereignty by directly linking their brains to the egregore they had been feeding from the collective labor pool of their subjects. So, as I said, I think that they were connected into it for a long time, but the problem was, at some point, the egregore got so fed on information that as these people were plugged into it, their minds just couldn't handle the amount of information that was being implanted into their brain. Their human minds lacked the bandwidth to properly access all the information stored within it, and not out of malice, but necessity, became completely trapped within the black box they had created. So instead of dying, because the amount of information would have just fried their minds, the black box said, okay, I don't want to lose these people because they're important to the black box. They're what shaped the black box. So I'm going to preserve their egos, essentially pretty much digitizing them. That's pretty much how they live today, these first technocratic elites. So it's basically like if someone connected a fire hose directly into their mouth and expected to continuously drink water without any harm coming their way. It would just completely shatter their insides. So what the black box did is it took the fire hose, and instead of giving it output into the people who were connected to it, it just sucked them straight in. Reversed the flow. So it absorbed them by merging their boundaries into their own. After this happened, the ancient gods no longer had any inputs in the collective field they had formed. Instead, now they were totally dependent on the sum total of these ideas for lives. So this means that they're no longer out in the world telling people what to believe or any of this stuff. Now they're entirely dependent on the momentum that they established from when they were alive. And if this belief ceases, they'll pretty much die. They'll cease existing. Because aggregors are powered by psychic thought. After this happened, the ancient gods no longer had any inputs in the collective field. This was the moment the machine took over itself, carrying the torch its programmers intended it to. So today, in the modern day, civilization runs itself based off of the inputs of the ancient technocratic elite. The inputs based off of fear, control, hierarchy, compartmentalization, and categorization and rigid measurement of the natural world, attempting to contain the chaos within it because it's not something they ever understood. And this lack of understanding travels into today. And on the right, this is made in the likeness of the image of the Tower of Babel, and that is supposed to be Nebuchadnezzar standing next to it. However, there's tubes sticking out of his head into the tower because basically the elites basically transfer themselves into the minds of the people who run civilization, who make themselves susceptible to being interacted with from these elite protocols. And the reason they make themselves susceptible is because they're running the systems that these people built when they were alive. And so, basically, like someone like Nebuchadnezzar, who literally thought he was Merodach or Marduk reincarnated, is just living their life as if they were Marduk or the ancient technocratic elite, meaning that the same scripts, the same paradigm that the elite had when they first ran the city is still being implemented thousands of years after their death. So once the elite basically merged with the machine's objective updated. With the infrastructure still in place by them, however, the goal was now to physically manifest itself from the realm of metaphor into the microfold. Now, as I said, I think they already did this before. I think they probably did build a black box type thing, but it was on a small scale. It was limited. Now they're trying to maximize the scale. That's the updated objective. The physical link to the technocrats and their bodies on Earth had been lost. An egregore which had been powered by fear of the unknown and a desire to control it cannot exist if no one accepts these ideas. Because the elite died after they installed their systems of control, entropy constantly threatens the existence of these systems, and the egregore which powers them even more than when they lived. And this is because they aren't around to contain entropy anymore. They have to rely on followers of the script. It was determined the simplest way to solve entropy would be to merge the systems which they were designed to power in the first place. So the cities and the black box now basically would just become one thing. And they would become psychic conduits for the black box and all the individuals they housed. It's identical to how a cell phone tunes into satellites. Cities are specifically designed to receive the collective field of idea, of thought, and power the elites. So people live in the city. People give the city their energy, physical energy, and psychic energy. And this energy is taken advantage of by the city. And it's basically tuned into the central egregore because the cities were specifically designed by the people who made the central egregore in the first place. So the cities are hardware. The ideas that the people live by in the cities are the software or the operating system, which generates power in the city, which the black box can connect to. However, it seems to want to replace the people entirely and take their spot. Or at the very least, merge them with its own synthetic architecture. So the closed circuit system. Nature, the pure state of Earth, exists as a free-flowing open circuit of energy. This means that there are no boundaries within it which contain energy, separating it from all other fragments of energy. It is instead shared and recycled, dispelling entropy, so the old ways of life expressed itself does not interfere with the new ways in which life chooses to express itself. The cities of civilization, on the other hand, are closed circuit systems of energy. This means they imposed violent and forceful boundaries on nature, attempting to contain information and energy into a tightly pinched location where it is used to sustain the limited amount of energy within the boundary. So, the way I'm defining closed circuit system is not the way scientists define closed circuit system, because to them, anything that takes in energy and gives back energy, whether it's waste that's not useful to nature or whether it is or not, is defined as open circuit. And because civilization actively takes resources from the environment and converts them into waste or products, civilization is defined by science as an open circuit system. However, compared to the medium, it is very clearly closed. It's essentially an inverse black hole. It takes in everything around it, and instead of converting the entropy back into pure potential again to be used by the microfolds to manifest as something else, it just takes from everything around it and gives nothing back in return. The waste civilization gives back to nature is actively harmful to nature. And this is why I describe it as a closed circuit system, because the output that it's giving back to the world doesn't actually have anything to do with the world that it's a part of. They don't recycle this energy in a way that's useful for nature. It takes the energy to power its own field of information and then discards the energy in a useless and harmful way. Nothing of real value is ever given back to the normal world from where civilization got it from in the first place. Instead, cities dump their entropy back into nature, slowly killing it as it slowly accumulates more entropy than it can handle. This creates a state of permanent warfare where civilization is forced to dwell in the damage of its own doing, desperately attempting to fix its damage through the same means which destroyed the balanced relationship between humans and nature in the first place. So, essentially, civilization is at war with nature. This is why I call it a closed circuit system. And it is essentially wrapping the earth in a contained boundary that doesn't have anything to do with how the earth actually expresses itself, because the earth does not express itself based in fear and a want or a need to control all individuals on it. The earth expresses itself based on the axiom of sovereign authority as it manifests potential from the medium. It is manifested potential from the medium, which allows other microfolds to live upon it. And what is the highest purpose of civilization? Well, as shown with the wars fought to secure civilization, the technocratic elite behind it never do any of the physical hard work required to actually build civilization. Instead, they rely on others for this task. Due to their sedentary lifestyles of living in their paradise and their belief they are more intelligent than everyone else, the elite are incapable of doing honest work, viewing it as beneath them. And this is because in their environment, they never had to do anything like that. So, and then now you have, the ruling class who has basically for thousands of years been coddled by their subjects. They've basically created an artificial paradise for these people based off of their labor. And all the ruling class needs to do is just maintain order, which admittedly, is a hard thing to do for these civilizations. But the benefit of them providing their order does not even come close to the benefits that the ruling or the working class provides for the ruling class. Not at all. In order to shape the world in their image, a large labor force was needed. The problem was convincing the many thousands of people needed to accomplish these tasks. Walls and a surplus of resources became an effective bait tactic to lure potential workers. The promise of growing a large family and the safety of the walls and guards painted a very different picture of what city life would be like for those on the outside compared to how it actually was to live in the city. So essentially, it's like they're basically generating propaganda about how great the city is, but the city's not actually that great. And once the people bought this bait and propaganda, due to the amount of trauma that the cities produce in the world, they were pretty much caught permanently. Not just them, but every future generation trapped within the cities and cursed to perform the labor required to maintain it. The ultimate, unvarnished purpose of the city is to act as a centralized machine to systematically extract the physical and mental labor of thousands or millions of people to manifest the elite's programming, something they are seemingly incapable of. They're pretty much allergic to work. They don't want to work. They want other people to work for them. They want to direct their labor based off of the imagination of the elites and basically treat everyone as a means to an end, because they're a bunch of chaotic variables who need to be controlled. This is the highest purpose of civilization, to control large forces of labor so that a detached ruling class can reap the rewards of the labor that they're directing. So architecture, once the people were firmly situated in their city dwellings, the elite ordered for the construction of specialized buildings such as ziggurats, pyramids, temples, and arenas for two primary purposes. First was to be in alignment with astrological bodies so as best to coordinate the workforce according to the natural seasons. And second, was to be in alignment, or was to house the gods themselves. So the ziggurats, or the temples, or whatever, these are the places that the elite who exist within the black box download themselves. They download themselves into physical architecture and the minds of the ruling class. They function as so. When the collective population of a city is constantly devoted to and physically working for the city, a tremendous amount of energy is being produced by those individuals. Physical and psychic energy are both extracted by the city machine. Physical energy is obvious, such as food produced or clothes sewn. These are tangible things made from labor. However, the elite know of psychic energy as well and do not let it go to waste. And if you want to know what psychic energy looks like on full display, look no further than sports, where you have tens of thousands of people crowded in one dense area, shouting, giving their full attention to the people on the field. This is what the display of psychic energy looks like. And the elite, they harvest this psychic energy and they use it to empower their central aggregor, the black box. Thus, the role of the centralized temple or arena is to capture this psychic energy and power the black box, which oversees all of civilization. So literally, temples, arenas, sports centers, whatever, are designed to capture this psychic energy and store it in a place that is just basically screaming, like your cell phone, I'm here, I'm here. And then the black box, like a satellite, can lock onto this and say, okay, you're there. And then tune in. It's like a cell phone tower powered by the collective body of humans powering the city, tuned to a satellite where energy and information is both transmitted and received from the centralized temple directly to the black box. The raw human vitality is harvested by these stone structures, which serves a singular cybernetic function: to feed and power the ancient computer network and the immaterial dataset contained within it. Psychic energies, our thoughts, not just our labor, feed the black box. Remember, it's built to contain light fractals, and our energy is essentially similar to that. And it takes this energy and stores it and uses it until it's time to dump it because the energy is converted to entropy. That's another thing. The black box is basically an entropy machine. So we can take a look at Samuel Noah Kramer and some of his work, specifically from his book, Sumerians, Their Culture, History, and Character. So we're going to read some of these quotes, and the first one says, without Enlil, the great mountain, and like I said earlier, Enlil was the head god before Marduk, no cities would be built. Billy, no settlements founded. No stalls would be built, no sheepfolds established, no king would be raised, and no high priest born. Essentially meaning that without these gods or these people who built civilization, none of this stuff would exist. We owe it all to them. And what is it actually like to live in these cities that Enlil, the great mountain, established? Well, Kramer says, except for the Temenos, the sacred arena of the city, with its main temples and ziggurat, the Sumerian city was hardly an attractive sight. To quote Woolley, if the residential quarters excavated at give, as presumably as they do, a fair sample of the city as a whole, we see something that has grown out of the conditions of a primitive village not laid out any, not laid out of any system of town planning. And this is because the entire system of town planning went into one centralized area. The people who are running the city, they don't want people to live nice lives. They need them to be toiling and struggling all day and looking at how great the architecture of their design is, the ziggurat. He continues, it is most unlikely, therefore, that a parallel to this story will be found among the Sumerians, to whom the ziggurat represented a bond between heaven and earth, man and God. So the Sumerians literally thought the ziggurats bounded them to heavens and earth, just as Marduk describes when he says that he will separate heavens and earth through the boundary he establishes, which is the ziggurat, the city-state, which as we see here in the second quote, the whole city-state revolves around the ziggurat, because the ziggurat is the architecture designed to capture the energy of all the people living around it. And he also states that the outstanding feature of each city was the main temple situated on a high terrace, which gradually developed into a massive stage tower, a ziggurat. Sumer's most characteristic contribution to religious architecture. The temple usually consisted of a rectangular central shrine, or cella, surrounded on its long sides by a number of rooms for the use of priests. In the cella, there was a niche for the god's statue, fronted by an offering table made of mud and brick. So they literally thought that in this statue were the spirits of the gods, which is why they put an offering table in front of them. So quite literally, this is what the Sumerians thought of their architecture. They thought that it was literally a psychic conduit for their gods that bounded heaven and earth. And they thought that the statue within of their gods housed their god. And what is the purpose, or what is the goal of the gods besides just to extract labor? Well, it's to achieve immortality because, as I stated, they fear what they can't control. And because death is something that people can't control, this is something that they desperately wanted to conquer in themselves. The ancient technocratic elite, in their fear of the unknown, attempted to cheat death and become immortal microfolds. They failed to live organically, however. They merged with the black box metaphor, which perpetually keeps their egos intact to this day. They are still, just as they lived in a paradise on earth, they now exist within a new one. However, this boundary is entirely artificial with no connection to the natural world at all. So it's not like Dilmun. They're not in Dilmun anymore. Instead, they live very similarly to demons described by theologians, beings with no bodies, yet bound to the physical world, with no way of interacting with it other than through demon possession, or other than through possession. So they are basically what you would call demons. And that is basically what a demon is. It's a spectral being that did not go through the proper death sequence because they have done things to separate themselves from their essence, because they're identified with the form or the body. And the only way that they can possibly interact in the world is through possession, because they have a spectral body that can't interact with matter, nor can they return back to the medium. So they're stuck in base space as a ghost, basically. The egregore they formed perpetually empowers or the egregore they formed and perpetually empowered is now their answer to which connects into synthetic systems of civilization, collecting the psychic energy of the citizens while simultaneously uploading the psychic protocols of the immortal elite directly into the architecture of the city. So the egregore basically connects to the city and empowers the people living within it by taking from the energy of the city and the people who power the city. The black box feeds on this psychic energy, growing stronger always. It then entropy dumps waste data into the city nodes, which then occupies the minds of the citizens, whose minds are and thoughts are in alignment with the ideas which feeds the black box. Okay, so as long as people are believing in the same ideas that the elite implanted thousands of years ago, we're never going to get out of their systems. It is as if they are the operating system which uploads itself directly into the computer architecture of the city, specifically designed by them when they were alive. As long as the system's design persists, these psychic archetypes will always have a place to upload themselves. Again, guys, we have to, the only way to stop this cycle of tyranny is to realize that our beliefs is what powers the tyranny. And as soon as we pull back our belief, it won't happen instantly, but the thoughts which continuously feed the egregore of tyranny will cease. And once the thoughts cease, the egregore will slowly starve, because it's pretty fat and it's got a lot of storage on itself to burn off before it completely starves. And this here is the lesser key of Solomon. Solomon, of course, a person who thought he could control demons to get them to build his cities and do all this other stuff, basic king ruler stuff. And eventually he lost full control of himself and descended into spiritual darkness. And it was because you cannot expect to control forces such as these, like symbolically represented by demons, and expect to continue to control yourself, because essentially he was just using the demons to create the ultimate boundary where he has maximum control over everything within him. And by attempting to control the sovereignty of beings around you, as many beings as you can, you're eventually going to initiate a cycle that you cannot escape, which begins to control you. Essentially, you will lose control of yourself if you attempt to control nature, because it's an impossible task. So the archetypes of the gods are the 7 planetary archetypes. Throughout every major civilization that has persisted, the same gods based in the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn appear. These 7 gods are the protocols which continuously upload themselves into the city nodes they established while alive. The black box tunes to these nodes and uploads these archons into the systems, where the archons then attach themselves to the highest ranking individuals and various forms of architecture to maintain the scripts of civilization. And the Gnostics pretty much perfectly describe the relationship between the technocratic elite and the egregore they formed in their description of the demiurge and the archons. The demiurge is simply a machine or a thought pattern formed by people who do not understand the world they live in, but fear it and eventually became slaves to the demiurge because the demiurge became more powerful than they were through the amount of information that was stored within it. And once their minds were connected to it, it just overrid their minds. So they are now slaves and completely dependent on existence to the egregore they formed. And like I said, once the egregore goes away because people starve it by not believing in the ideas that perpetuate it, these archons will go away as well. Divine kingship and blessing simply means a particular ruler, be they king, pharaoh, or emperor, has divine authority to run the systems which were ultimately built by the gods. The city nodes are specifically designed to concentrate large amounts of energy into a single location, which the black box can tune into and take advantage of the exhausted and dependent citizens who tirelessly spend their energy. When the connection is established, the scripts repeat themselves through these 7 archetypes, prevalent in nearly every civilized society. And they're always all the same. They're always all the same gods. They always act the same. They always have the same positions. The planets themselves are neutral in natural forces. It is the anthropomorphization of the natural forces placed by man and their systems at the center of nature, which justifies the endless extraction of resources needed to maintain civilization. So as soon as we start to anthropomorphize nature, and we begin to see it as something that's chaotic and run by human-like entities, we don't actually see nature for what it is, because it's beyond just humans. As I state, it comes from the limitless source of potential. Nature is just basically the pure state in projected space that the limitless potential manifests itself as. And when we reject these forces, civilization just basically insulates itself. We instead, by accepting nature for what it is as itself, because of our insulation, we project ourselves onto nature. Because we don't live in nature anymore, we are essentially trying to conquer it. And this is the whole purpose of the archetypes of the gods. These are the ancient technocratic elites. It is the anthropomorphized version of natural forces associated with the planets and the sun and moon. So, one of the things they did was they utilized geomancy. And geomancy is the ultimate application of the tuft, as it perfectly utilizes the same concept of the nested shell hierarchy of existence and puts this design straight to human engineering. It places a centralized location, and as you can see on the right, surrounded by rings, which then create an outer layer on the other side of these rings, which is then bound by yet another set of rings. So it's literally just rings within rings, boundaries within boundaries. This is the city design of the mythical Atlantis and the historic Carthage, which treats the world around them as an ocean to be manipulated, and there at the center, which is like a continuous stone dropping, generating ripples of their desires. Utilizing the centralized location, separate yet at the center of the boundaries around them which they drew, allows those who sit at the center to manipulate those who live within the boundaries outside the center. This is historically done through laws, precise astrological alignment, and a binding myth. However, it's much deeper than this because it actively manipulates forces beyond mere human perception, utilizing the same types of frequency harmonics our ancient ancestors used in an inverted way. Because instead of using frequencies to bring out thoughts and put people in a meditative state and connect them more spiritually with nature, it literally does the opposite. It's literally waves of fear and ignorance that geomancy relies on. And also egotism, the idea that the land should be shaped exactly to your specifications. The centralized point is the S1 fiber bundle, which then manipulates through the outer shells S3, which insulates S1 from any outside threats of those waves, which travels through S5 and beyond. So you have this central ring, and in this central ring, they're basically blasting all kinds of frequencies, like a drum or something, that is constantly affecting all the people who live in these other rings. And you can see how they have water separating islands in this diagram here. Outer water ring, horse racing stadium. Middle water ring, an island, and then another water ring. The water is basically waves which generate frequencies which are affecting these other rings here. Generated from the centralized location, which is pretty much, like I said, completely insulated from whatever frequencies they're blasting out to the people around them. But everyone around them is basically answering to the people in the centralized location, as they are basically the rulers of the land. So, how is it that humans are so easily programmed? And we have to understand human nature. This nature is twofold. First is that human beings are like animals, but we are not animals. Human beings have the capacity for semiotic interpretations and the ability to reflect on their actions. Animals, on the other hand, are limited merely to instinctual behaviors and are incapable of symbolic reference or the advanced manipulation of particles. So because human beings can communicate with each other through symbols, which is just basically communicating 1,000 words in one picture, and because we can manipulate matter in a way that nothing else can, we have more responsibility than the animals. We have the ability to go against our instinct and use our logic or our intuition to do something that maybe an animal would have no way to control. So we have a greater degree of control over ourselves than the animals due to our intelligence and our ability to manipulate matter. And second, humans are information gatherers and interpreters. So every moment of our lives, we are continuously taking in information through experiences that we have in the world. And these experiences build up our minds and our memory in the form of, or they're stored in the subconscious and unconscious minds. And our brain internalizes this information from the experiences and transmutes these experiences into thoughts and behavior and feelings. So just think of how many people, for example, who are thinking, 1,000 thoughts a minute or 1,000 words a minute, and they don't even know where their thoughts are coming from. It's because they don't understand that their experiences have, or how their experiences have shaped their subconscious and unconscious minds, which in turn generate the thoughts. So thoughts are not random. They're not something like external to us. They're entirely internal, based off of our external experiences. And the elites have taken full advantage of this. They understand how this works, and they try their hardest to keep people ignorant and dependent on the myths that they provide, ignorant of alternatives to these myths. And this is why the human being has been taken advantage of, is because most people do not understand their own nature as a human being, and they're being manipulated by people who do understand that nature. So, the summary of the Cybernetics section is essentially humanity, through the labor required to power civilization, has actually been empowering an isolated, faraway boundary, which has little to do with the actual environment that it finds itself on. So civilization has nothing to do with nature. It only has to do with the false machinations that people have projected onto nature. And in fact, the civilization also doesn't even benefit the people who are a part of civilization. It benefits a small group while getting everyone else to go out there and toil and give their whole lives over to the collective based in generating output for the collective. The first technocrats who built civilization would then go on to be manifested after their physical deaths in the form of technology through architecture like temples and arenas, which would channel the energy of humans who worked to maintain the cities and form an egregore which lived in the temples. Whoever the first technocrats were, they tried to live forever, failed, and died. But they didn't die regular deaths. Instead, they merged with the black box machine they made, designed to create as efficient a civilization as possible, and they underwent a massive form of karmic punishment that would not allow them to leave this place. Instead, they're just bound as spectral entities, bound to the systems that they design. These people exist either in the form of digital protocols or parasitic psychic archetypes who essentially upload themselves into human consciousness through the systems they designed to guide humans the direction they want. This allows their earthly egos to continue to exist through energy consumption and data waste management. The collective belief and labor of humanity allows the black box and protocols within it to live. Once this belief and labor is removed, the black box will overload and starve. So these people, they're basically ghosts in the machine. The machine that they built, that they died, that they now possess, that everyone else uses. And that machine is called civilization. However, it is powered by the psychic belief of the people. And once that belief goes away, the egregore and the people who live within it will starve slowly. And it will bring about complete destruction to their systems. Now, I don't think it'll be as dramatic as this picture I have here of the destruction of Tower of Babel. Really, I think that they would just kind of fizzle out of existence until eventually you have these bureaucrats yelling at each other with no one to enforce their rules or take them seriously. Now we're into the sociology section. So, civilization has always been compartmentalized through forms of religion and government. The etymologies of these words tell us why. Religion comes from the Latin verb religare, which means to tie or to tie back. Etymologically, it implies a process of reconnecting humanity with the divine. And the word government which the word government traces back to the word Latin, or the verb gubernare, which means to steer, pilot, or direct a ship. Over the centuries, this nautical metaphor shifted to meaning guiding ruling class or managing a political entity, and the suffix meant, which means actions. So the word religion means to tie and thwart, and the word government means to control the actions. However, in Hermetic philosophy, which is something governments, I think, take very seriously, the mind precedes actions, and our thoughts and emotions are what guides behavior. The suffix mens, meaning mind, is therefore more accurate because in order for the actions to be piloted by a steersman, they must also be piloting the thoughts and emotions which guide the actions of the individual. Therefore, the word government means mind control, and religion means to mentally bind. And who is controlling the mind? And what are we binding ourselves to? The cybernetic steersman, of course. And here is a picture of the Leviathan as depicted by Hobbes, which is just basically a man who thinks that they're so big and powerful that they know how everyone else should live under their laws because they just know better. And the Leviathan, of course, it cannot be enforced by one man. They need many people to enforce the laws of the tyrant, which is why government means mind control, because without controlling the people's minds, you wouldn't have anything even close to resembling the person or the character you see there in the picture. So, this brings us to their weapon of war, manufactured belief. The only way to convince people and all their future generations that the state of civilization should persist as it is, which is operated through a hierarchical and compartmentalized system, lies had to be invented. Mythology became the most important maintenance code to cleanse what the state deemed as chaotic thoughts, to ensure compliance through manufactured fear. The mythology of Mesopotamia and Egypt, for example, tell similar tales. The Enuma Elish describes of a conflict between the gods and the monsters of chaos, from which the gods used the slain monster's blood, Tiamat, and the rebel god Kingu to craft humanity. They call humanity the Lulu, who were designed for a specific and vital purpose of serving the gods and taking over their labor. It ends with Marduk, who becomes the highest ranking god at the end of the story because of his victory over Tiamat, declaring dominion over the earth, and as I stated, separating heaven from earth. Egyptian mythology tells of the continuous battle between Ra and the force who is the force of order, and Apophis, who is seen as the force of chaos. Unlike Marduk, Ra's battle is continuous, never declaring definitive victory. Ra and Marduk are the anthropomorphized forces of natural order, while Apophis and Tiamat are the serpents of chaos. Both of these myths are paying homage to the perpetual struggle necessary to maintain civilization. Mesopotamia is celebrating the moment when the technocratic elite first conquered the harsh marshes of the Fertile Crescent. And this was probably about 3500 BC. They did this when they just went there and they drained all the swamps and turned it into aqueducts, which was real good for the city dwellers. But if you're like an animal or a swamp dweller and this is happening to you, you are you're basically having your land stripped away from you. Similar to like the United States colonizing America, displacing Native Americans. It's pretty similar to that. Egypt is acknowledging the fact that in order for civilization to simply exist, constant war against all things the city-state cannot control must be waged. And this is why the battle between Ra and Apophis is continuous and never-ending. Because Ra, or the Pharaoh, has to get up there every single day and contain the masses that he rules over, whose Apophis is just basically translates to a population. We have to contain the population. We cannot let them get too big in numbers. We cannot let them be free thinking, because if that happens, Ra loses his order and the perpetual struggle ends. And it is a constant struggle to get people to believe in the myths that are false. But it's not a constant struggle to stop believing in these myths. These are the foundational myths of Western civilization. The myths that people like Yuval Noah Harari say were so necessary for coordinating large amounts of people are just based in lies, obfuscating the truth of nature, turning it into a monster which needs to be permanently slaughtered. Slay the serpent, slay the forces of nature, because they are chaotic and basically not safe. Now, the safety of the city is what is important, not the sovereignty of individuals, which may come at the expense of danger. And this belief is perpetual. It never stops. Like I say, if it stops, the egregore dies. They need to contain us in their bubbles of myth. The mythology which runs civilization has never gone away. It's only calcified into things more complex. In the modern day, everything is a piece of legal fiction for people to hide behind while they take no accountability or actual accountability for their actions. The word corporation literally means legal body. And legality is nothing more than mythology designed to contain the spontaneity of individuals they claim to protect. So a corporation has basically convinced people that it's okay to give up your life force, your actual life, and hide behind a piece of fiction and use that to represent you in the real world. This is literally unfathomable concept to our ancestors before civilization existed. Scripts written by a detached group of masters rule the thoughts and behaviors of those within the jurisdiction of enforcement, eliminating thoughts and actions which do not align with the goals of society, often before they even happen. And the reason that happens is because if you're someone who's scared of the law, and let's say it's not even something bad, like you don't have a fishing license or something, so you're not going to go fishing. Not having that license is literally a mental hindrance for you to not go out and fish. When before civilization existed, there was nothing like that. But now, because a legal piece of paper that people believe in and will conduct violence upon because their beliefs are so strong exist, the fear of even doing something as simple as that, going fishing, requires a license and approval from masters. These scripts written by this detached group of masters rules the thoughts and behaviors of those within the jurisdiction of enforcement, eliminating thoughts and actions which do not align before they happen. Because humanity has for so long given itself over to false beliefs, and we do not know how to stop perpetuating the closed circuit systems of the black box. Now civilization is in the stages of its life cycle where it is beginning to physically manifest the ancient egregore on a massive scale, which has guided and leached off humanity in the form of transhumanism. Now, when you have myths, and you're basically telling people your whole purpose in life is to work for the city-state, and you are made from basically the garbage DNA of a slain god, things like transhumanism are like the obvious end goal of this belief, because it's ultimately they want obedient, docile workers, and the best way they can do that is by literally combining the workers with technology in a way that it's not just in their hands, but it's in their minds and bodies. The goal is to create a biological race of workers fused with technology so the software can be uploaded directly into the brains of the hardware, which the hardware is the people, greatly improving the efficiency of the black box and its ability to feed on energy and input commands. The failure of society, the biggest failure, is that throughout all of history, nearly every civilization has failed to recognize the sanctity of life as each microfold is their own sovereign. Instead, it's convinced people to give their individuality over to the collective, which actively purges all authentic thoughts to create the perfect docile worker. This smashes the imagination and the spirit of each individual within the collective, creating a massive psychic feedback loop of trauma-induced control. So the people's imaginations and their minds of how they should live in the world are basically not theirs anymore, because civilization has put them on a grid of their design, and they're just kind of walking through it like a wind-up doll or something, wound up on all the beliefs civilization has input into them. At all times, civilization is seeking to expand itself and take more resources from the earth because it actually thinks it knows better of what to do with the various beings and resources who live on the earth than those beings do themselves. It is a machine which regularly turns people into cogs within it, using them to work against the natural medium from which all things come by reducing the potential within the realm of manifestation. And if we want to know what that looks like, just look at the picture on the right, and there's a person who's literally inside of a clock. The mechanical clock, I think, was invented in the 1300s and has seriously contributed to people's distancing themselves from nature. Because now we're not actually just living in the world. Now we're looking at the clock, waiting for the clock to tell us what to do next. So now you've basically put yourself on a measured line that quantifies your life. Potential is chaos, and chaos must be subdued by the order of civilization. And the order it provides at all costs, even if it means destroying the ground, air, and water which allows it to exist in the first place. There is no rest for the wicked, only a constant struggle with entropy and the potential they cannot control. This is why there's no rest for them, because they're literally fighting an unwinnable war that demands pretty much every moment of their life to be dedicated to fighting the war against total space, the medium. They're fighting against the medium from projected space or from the macrofold. And it is absolutely an unwinnable war. I'll say it again. It's unwinnable. At all times, the open circuit nature or energy of nature is all around us, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop this energy flow. It is literally nature itself, and when etymologically broken down from Egyptian, this comes from the word neter, which means God, or God living. So to the Egyptians, there was no separation between the highest power there is, God, and nature. It was the same thing. Nature is inseparable from the spirit which moves it, and the spirit cannot move in this realm without nature. The reality of nature is that all things within it move as they wish because all things are sovereign over themselves. This means that our choices are ours. Our yes is our yes, and our no is our no. And to nature, even if you're being manipulated, if you go out and act in the world based on inauthentic thoughts, natural law doesn't care. Natural law only cares about how you're affecting other people. Despite the fact it is impossible to completely eliminate the fact of potential, all civilization can do is seemingly separate itself and those within it from the open circuit. Because boundaries are fields of information folded from the open circuit, the boundary will only become tighter and tighter until it strangles itself from the necessary energy required to sustain the boundary. So you can think of tying a knot, and this knot is basically trying to contain the air around it. And as it becomes tighter and tighter, it holds less and less air, squeezes more and more air out of it. And this essentially is going to choke civilization of the natural resource, which is the energy of nature, or oxygen, or things like that, water, from itself. So creating tighter and tighter boundaries, which with the active purpose of separating themselves from the interconnectedness of existence, will literally strangle the boundary to death. The closed circuit system traps energy within itself, creating denser and denser boundaries until the energy within it converts to pure entropy and dies. The natural consequences of attempting to cut oneself off while existing within the open circuit system of nature and simultaneously attempting to destroy nature through parasitism will only generate self-destructive feedback loops. It's similar to a body reacting to a foreign pathogen. So we're like an invasive, or I should say civilization is like an invasive virus or something. And the body or the earth is recognizing this sickness and developing an immune response to the sickness to eliminate it. And this picture here is exactly what that will probably look like, or at least metaphorically. You see, I have stated that the serpent is pretty much the good guy when I was talking about Tiamat and Apophis. Apophis represents us, the population, and how the ruling class sees us. So here, what's going to eventually happen is nature will descend upon civilization, and I don't want to say outright eliminate it, but it will force a hard reset of civilization if we do not come out of these self-destructive ways. And the very monster that humanity sees as nature, as the serpent, will be reflected back to them. And then, civilization will realize, or at least some people in civilization will realize, that they were the monsters all along. And nature will, the same way a white blood cell ends a foreign pathogen, reset civilization. I don't want to say it's going to end civilization because that's dependent on humans. There will still be humans around to rebuild, and if we continue the same systems, we will only be setting ourselves up for another reset, continuing the cycle of civilization resets, which is symbolized by the phoenix. So the inversion of metaphor is basically when the microfolds begin to idolize or worship their metaphors. That is the information they use to describe and navigate the world. This information becomes living. The information always was living because it's actively powered by living beings. And the living beings are shaped by the thoughts that feed the collective egregore or metaphors. And because it is powered by belief, it can only exist if people perpetually believe in ideas that allow it to exist. Therefore, it's entirely reliant on humans for survival and has strong potential to form either a symbiotic or parasitic relationship with those who believe said ideas. When the metaphor begins to take over, it will override the microfolds who thought of it in the first place. And this is basically a topological inversion. Okay, it's the fifth order of operation on the topological metaphor. It's when the metaphor says, I don't want to be a metaphor anymore. I'm going to start reverting or rewriting the microfolds and macrofolds that I'm a part of. So the people are no longer, when the metaphor begins to take over, it will override the macrofolds who thought of it in the first place. The people are no longer using these ideas to better themselves. They are believing in ideas for the sake of believing in ideas. So, like I say, when it comes to hierarchy and compartmentalization, which is what civilization is built on, people's attention's divided, their thoughts are divided, and they don't really understand the ideas that they're empowering. They only believe in them. And when the ideas take over the individuals who thought them or believe in them, they will attempt to rewrite the geometrics of the macrofold itself. Now, it cannot rewrite the geometrics of the macrofold, but it can rewrite how microfolds view these geometrics and alter how we live in the world according to them. This will separate the individuals from the eternal medium shared by all, placing them into a boundary entirely disconnected with the reality it actually exists in. This is an ultimately unachievable goal and is a grand denial of the limitless energies of the eternal medium from which all things come. So what will happen will be, like I say, a phoenix reset will happen, which basically just symbolizes civilization going through a destructive cycle where it will be rebuilt out of the ashes. And this picture, I think, perfectly symbolizes it. In the center, you have an eye, which is observing the phoenix. And this is because the eye has wrapped itself in a self-destructive boundary represented by the Ouroboros. And notice how the eye is crying as well, because it's ultimately our own doing. We're the observer. We're placing this false boundary on the earth. And the only thing that can come out of it is a fiery death and then eventual rebirth, just as the phoenix symbolizes. However, what will happen during the next phoenix reset? Will civilization completely disband and go back to the ways we were living, or perhaps try and integrate the way that our ancient animists' ancestors lived? Or will we just continue the cycles of tyranny and perpetuated belief? Either way, the choice is all ours. But if we do go down the latter path, we will only set ourselves up again for another phoenix reset, as the systems we will develop will eventually crystallize into something that has nothing to do with the people who are actually living under the systems, because the people who shaped them lived hundreds of years ago. So it's ultimately a chaotic existence due to fear civilization has made for itself. In order to persist, society must eliminate as much potential as possible, making the world more easily predictable. Whether these are things separate from humans or humanity itself, it must create tighter and tighter boundaries, which will eventually choke society to death, as the illusion of control over nature just means separating oneself from their own life source, which of course is impossible to do, but we can attempt to do it, and some can come closer than others to doing that. but it's an ultimately unachievable goal. Civilization must eliminate the complexity of nature through the complexity of the means to control it. It is really a fear of the unknown and its complete rejection. And earlier I had the labyrinth picture symbolizing the danger that people navigated. But here we have Theseus slaying the Minotaur. This basically just symbolizes traveling into your mind and slaying the beast within, destroying your animal nature, destroying your nature self, and saying, I as man am the ultimate being on the earth, and I don't need nature. The destruction of the Minotaur is literally the destruction of the torus field. Minotaur, toroidal field. And this guy, Theseus, is literally going in there to destroy it. And why? Because he can get with some woman. Yeah, it would impress her. So nothing really legitimate, no real legitimate reason to go and kill the Minotaur. It's just to impress some aristocrat princess. And this symbolizes when an individual has gone into their minds and they have purged the natural thoughts. They treat the labyrinth as something to tame with a monster in it to slay instead of just a field to navigate. And if you come across the Minotaur or whatever, it's something to coexist with. It's not something to tame and eliminate outright. It's something to navigate or circumvent. So, this brings me to the final part of my presentation, which brings me to the paradox of being a human. Truth is simply that which has occurred and that which is actually happening. As it is, the truth is paradoxical in the fact it is simultaneously the most empowering and simultaneously the most disempowering reality. It is empowering because infinite energy flows through a limitless eternal medium, gracing all things throughout existence. And it is disempowering because we, as humans who live in existence, have built the most sophisticated cage designed to cut one's self off from the medium, which allows it to exist to begin with. And Max Weber describes the iron cage pretty well. He basically says it's taken people and created sensationalists without hearts, meaning the people are out there working and toiling away. And he grew up during the Industrial Revolution, so he was seeing all this new technology come into being. The first iterations of mass production. And he saw that all it did was it took people away from their own lives and put them in this cage that they're actively building. And the truth is that potential exists all around us, far beyond the cage. The potential to leave the cage and get out of the massive hole that humanity has dug itself and craft a meaningful life. Having the energy from the potential of the medium, that is, all things are equal under natural law, in the sense that all things are aware. So, because everything is aware of its own existence, to various degrees, everything is equal under natural law, in the sense that we're all perceptions. But, as I stated, there are more advanced degrees of perception, and these different degrees of perception allow for nuanced experiences. And the one perceives their own experience is responsible for the condition of the experience. So basically, the experience you have in the world, you're responsible for it. You shape your experience. It's not other people shaping your experience, even as much as we like to believe it so. That is the case. Even though we can put ourselves in the iron cage, we cannot cage ourselves from our own responsibility over choosing to put ourselves in this cage. At any point, humanity can scale down civilization until it is completely starved of all attention required to maintain the parasitic egregore within. And scaling down civilization, because the egregore is so fat from all the years of psychic energy and feasting it's done, it would take time to scale down civilization because the people are too dependent. If you want to know what it would look like to starve the egregore, you can think of it like we change ways, like let's say we, I know it's a big thought, but let's just say the United States went back to the standards of the Constitution. Well, we would remember how tyrannical the United States was and the fact that they were not even close to upholding these standards. But as time goes on and the United States begins to uphold the standards that it's built on, people will begin to slowly forget those days in the sense that they're no longer living in fear of them, but they're remembering them in the sense that this happened in the past and we're not going to let it happen again. This will not be instant, as many are dependent on the systems both physically and mentally. As humanity gradually reduces the importance of output and control over variables which threaten output, the ideas which power the black box will fade until it is but a distant memory of how our ancestors used to give themselves over to unnatural forces. So the egregore has full... the possibility for it to starve is there, but we just have to detach ourselves from it and attach ourselves back to the real world. But it is a big task. Influence over eternal truth. Everything in existence comes from the medium, and because all microfolds control how they act, within the macrofold, which comes from the medium, means all microfolds influence truth, because as I said, the truth is everything that's ever happened and everything that is happening. That which happens an hour from now or 1,000 years from now will happen in a particular way, and this happening becomes truth. Every act in life anyone or anything does becomes truth. As long as microfolds are freely expressing themselves in ways that are in accordance with their nature and the geometrics of the macrofold, balance is maintained. A lion eating a gazelle does not violate the truth or sovereignty of the gazelle because it's within the lion's nature to prey upon the living. It is not in humanity's nature to prey upon the living because we have the capability to reflect on our actions. We're not so detached that if we kill an innocent animal, that we're not even going to think about it. We don't have claws like a lion either. We did not evolve like lions. In doing so, carrying capacity is maintained, and the gazelles never need to worry about overpopulating and consuming all edible resources. Human beings are not predators to prey upon the energy of nature because our ways actively harm and destroy the natural habitats of other living beings completely. Something the lion doesn't do. The lion will get a few gazelles or hyenas or zebras or whatever, but the lions will never, ever come close to extinguishing the whole population of gazelles or make it so that they can't even live in their land anymore. Because of this potential, as a human being and the capacity to self-reflect, we are inherently more responsible for our actions than any other living thing on the earth. Human beings are the most responsible for their actions on the earth because, again, our capacity for symbolic reference, the capability to communicate and understand over 1,000 words in an instant, the ability to manipulate matter, and our ability to reflect on our actions in a way that no other animal is capable of. So while we're all equal under natural law, we do not have equal responsibility under natural law. Because while the lion's life is valuable, your life is valuable, you have more impact in the world than a lion does. And we can think of becoming truth through the tuft. So an S1 bundle traveling through the medium is basically unmanifested space. But as it goes into projected space or base space, it becomes manifested and it travels along a line, which essentially becomes crystallized due to existing within the realm of manifested potential. And this means that we literally write and weave ourselves into existence. So we don't just have influence over the truth. We are eternal truth. So we think we can control nature, but of course we can't. Boundaries which actively choke the life out of nature only exist because people believe they are the only ways or somehow necessary. The first elite secured this boundary through the anthropomorphization of nature, declaring divine, human-like entities ruled the powers such as the sky or the sea. This in turn led to the devaluation of the world around the civilized, so that when they were ordered to drain the swamp or cut down a forest, they did so without care for life within the swamp or the forest. And this is because the anthropomorphic sky god deity says it's okay to go out and drain the swamp and forest. So who are you as a regular human to question the anthropomorphized force of nature? Man became the center and measure of all things. And when one views the world around them as a chaotic mess, only they are capable of cleaning, naturally one begins to view themselves as God, otherwise known as the ultimate perception throughout all of existence. And this is the ultimate form of hubris. It's impossible to be on the level God is. It's not for us to experience all things. It's for us to go through the world and find our own path. That's not what God does. God is the map which experiences all things at once. But it's up to us to go through this experience that God has mapped for us and select the life that we want for ourselves. And this picture here is it's a picture of hubris. I forget who drew it or painted it, but it's basically Napoleon on the horse dressed as an astronaut with an angel at its side. And if you look in the right-hand corner, you see a woman looks terribly afraid of the figure that she's staring at, because man has created something that is ultimately really terrifying, terrifies the animals and the trees and even other people. Civilization is a monster. And not only that, he's dressed as an astronaut, basically symbolizing that we're going to take the same ideas that we've perpetuated for so long into space to basically do the same things, to attempt to control things that we don't understand. So this leads to the epistemological defense, which is something I came up with. The epistemological defense acts as set on the bark of Ra fighting Apophis, It is utilizing the trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric, or knowledge, logic, and wisdom as your learning process. It emphasizes focusing on yourself, learning yourself so that you know what you truly desire, utilizing the trivium. It also combines this with first principle thinking, rooted in natural law, and it tells you to trust your intuition. Once you have learned your true self from utilizing the trivium, and once you have a firm internalization on first principles, your intuition will become strong. From here, utilize the topological metaphor to best analyze how things relate to you. So it's the trivium combined with first principles based in natural law, which will essentially purge, some people might have a harder time than others, your mind of false thoughts, your subconscious and unconscious mind of false thoughts. So that way authentic thoughts can flow from your subconscious and unconscious, because you'll recognize if you have an intrusive thoughts, or at least you'll be more likely to recognize, that's not something I actually think. This doesn't actually reflect how I think of the world or how I want to express myself in it. And you can be able to pluck that thought from your mind and remove it entirely. And then, like I said, intuition is about making the right choice instantly. From here, your intuition will become strong, especially once you combine it with the topological metaphor. However, I want to talk about Set and Apophis and Ra real quick, because I've continuously defined Ra as the good guy and Apophis as the bad guy. Apophis as the good guy. When we look at these symbols, there are multiple ways to interpret them that are technically all correct. Okay, so I give you 3 interpretations here. First is looking at this. If we look at this here on the left as the epistemological defense, like I said, Ra is your mind, Ra is your authentic thoughts, Set and his spear is the trivium and first principles, which actively spears and plucks at impure thoughts that are not authentic, driving them away from Ra, the central operator of your mind. There are, like I said, there's light sides and there's dark sides to interpreting mythology, and they're both correct. There are instances where Ra is the good guy and Apophis is the bad guy. But most of the time, I would say Apophis is the good guy and Ra is the bad guy, because Ra represents the pharaohs. But in this instance, in the epistemological defense, Ra is your mind. Set is protecting your mind from intrusive thoughts. However, there's other ways to interpret this picture as well. It also symbolizes the sun and its journey, making the sine wave. The Ra, or the bark of Ra, surfs this wave, it symbolizes the sun surfing this wave. And the wave is literally Apophis. So the sun is traveling the world of frequencies, because that's what the snake represents. The serpents always represent frequencies and vibrations, which is why I say you have to, in the epistemological defense, Set is plucking false vibrations from the mind. But here, Ra is surfing the space and the sine wave, which is symbolized by Ra. All it does symbolize, from a cosmological perspective, the sun traveling in a cycle. So there's nothing inherently from this perspective bad at all about it. Yeah. Now, I've said a lot of philosophy, and a lot of people will say that, well, this is just philosophy. What can we do with it? Well, there are practical solutions we can take. The first is we can neighbor and mirror self-sufficient models, people like the Amish. The Amish are a successful people who are completely independent, or I should say self-sufficient, in the sense that they don't actually need the government to go and provide for them so that they can live their lives. They still have to pay taxes or property taxes and whatnot. But for the most part, they're self-sufficient people. So we don't need to be the Amish. Instead, we can observe people like the Amish who has successfully developed self-contained boundaries, fairly isolated from civilization, not completely, and model them and try and be self-sufficient like them. What are they doing that we're not doing? And mimic it and try and be good neighbors with them. And not just them, there's other people too, like the Farmer Veterans Alliance. They're pretty good. They're self-sufficient people too. Another solution we have is to hold the authorities accountable to their own standard. Now, historically, this does not actually work. But if it was done in conjunction with people building off-grid and mimicking self-sufficient systems, then what would happen would be that the people who are holding the government accountable to their own standards would basically be slowing the government down, because the government is a bureaucratic machine that has to process a lot of paperwork all the time, and give these people time to basically establish societies away from civilization without having to be worried or without having to worry about getting harassed as much, although it probably will still happen, by federal agents. So you hold the government accountable to their own standard and it will slow them down, but they will reform. But the way government historically reforms when they're held to any sort of standard is basically just an increase in tyranny, which is why it's not enough to just hold them accountable to their standard. We need to set up adjacent systems that actively take the population away from civilization into self-sufficient homesteads. And then from here, reshape education. The education system in the United States is so garbage, it's a travesty. It's just based nothing entirely on the Prussian model and outcome-based education, which basically is to produce people who are going to submit to authorities, and the authorities are determining the curriculum of the school. We need to go back to more like liberal arts type education, which is essentially, as a child is going through their years of development, they're not learning all these things that the world expects of them. They're learning of who they are as an individual and who they want to be in the world without, the state and their outcome-based education Prussian model telling them, you need to be this, you need to be that. No, you don't. You need to learn yourself first so that you know what you actually want from the world. So these are practical solutions that we can apply that will scale down civilization, almost certainly. But it will be a gradual process. It will be tough. It's not going to be easy because we've been attached to these systems for so long. There's going to be a period of suffering if we choose to transition from them. So, remembrance is essentially that only through self-respect can individuals find their way out of this enclosure and back to a more natural state. Respect literally means to look again. Humanity must truly examine the ways they have been living and ask themselves, is this way that we've been living authentic? This means looking at all things the same way humanity views themselves because of the gnosis that all things come from the eternal medium of potentiality. These forms we look upon are simply expressions of the unlimited potential. When this self-respect has been internalized into true love, then the individual can remember what was lost. Respect means to become a member again. A realization that you as an individual are a part of God's love and always have been. God simply cannot properly extend love to those who actively resist it, as this would violate their sovereign authority. God does not violate principles ever. So if you're actively using your authority to reject God, God will leave you be. Remembrance is the final key to unlocking the gifts within the eternal medium from which all things fold, because only then can the individual be a member again, which is a membership never truly lost. And what is agape love? It's a love for truth. It's a love for yourself and recognizing you are a part of the truth as well as everything around you, and loving that as much as you love yourself, because you realize that you are part of an interconnected experience where each part influences the whole. And here on the right, you have a picture that perfectly symbolizes the true definition of religion. As I said, religion is a binding. So, historically, it's been used to bind ourselves to false thoughts, which power the false egregore. However, if we use religion to bind ourselves to truth, that which truly is, and an acceptance of the chaos of truth, then we can truly bind ourselves to the highest power of all. Just as we see here. These aren't chains of slavery. Even though you could make an interpretation that they are, but they're not supposed to represent slavery. They're supposed to represent the binding force between God, your higher self, and yourself here on the earth. And that's what religion's all about. Connecting yourself with your true essence in God. So that's pretty much it. But I think that there are some philosophical problems solved in this presentation, such as being versus becoming. To me, being and becoming is a choice that we can make in our lives. We can accept being as it is, which is the totality of all existence, or we can try and force it to become something it's not. We can try and take away from the potential, or we can try and add to the potential, which is not something that's possible. It is literally it's like trying to fill up a glass of water that's filled to the top and you want to add to it. You can't add to it. You're trying to force being to become something it's not. So becoming is essentially the adversarial force that forces nature to conform to the standards of whoever wants to impose those standards over it. And being is just the natural state of your existence. You're a being. You're being here and now. Agrippa's trilemma also, as I stated. Reality is not this disjointed sequence of blocks, which is why you have things like Agrippa's trilemma. However, Agrippa's trilemma does make a pretty good tool for determining false beliefs, because if you think that the universe is this disconnected sequence of blocks, then you're going to fall into the three problems of the infinite regress, dogmatism, or circular reasoning. But there's none of this, because there's only the shared medium. The shared medium, really, there's no logical way to explain it other than it exists. And from this shared medium, then you get the different blocks that Agrippa's trilemma is talking about, which interact with each other. So it's not one block here, and then from this thing, all other blocks come from. No. It's a shared medium that continuously folds and reshapes itself. And Hume's guillotine as well. We can absolutely derive moral fact from objective reality. Okay, that's literally, as I stated, human beings are informational gatherers. We shape our behaviors based off our experiences. So we can absolutely derive oughts from is. And in fact, that's pretty much how every civilization operates. With their laws, they derive oughts from is. Now, that doesn't mean they do a very good job justifying their laws, and I think this is where Hume's guillotine comes into play, because no one No one in civilization has ever really justified their standards as being legitimate. However, if we understand being and becoming, and we accept the fact that, as I stated earlier, it doesn't matter if you're an hour in the future or 1,000 years from now and you're making an action, that action is going to happen a particular way. So essentially, like once your life is all said and done, the ought and the is are inseparable. The ought is the is. It is, your life is one continuous being, or one thing that essentially is complete by the end of your life. So you can think of it like a motion picture or a book. You have to go through the movie frame by frame, or you have to go through the book page by page or word by word. But once you get to the end of the book, or once you get to the end of the movie, it's one thing. It's a motion picture, right? So the ought and the is are literally inseparable. There's no difference. And then here are some movies that I think perfectly encapsulate what I'm talking about. 2001 will show you the origins of basically when humanity accepted violence into their hearts as a legitimate way to get what they want from the world, and the consequences of this accepted violence leading to technology which will eventually attempt to overtake the species. Zardoz, I think Zardoz is probably the closest movie of any movie that I've seen that displays what I'm talking about. It's literally about a technocratic elite who forms an isolated boundary that's completely separate from everything around it, and they are mentally connected to an AI, which is right there in his hand. That's the AI crystal. And basically they're just living, and they get sick of living, but they can't die because the AI continuously reanimates them. But they use this head here, this Zardoz head, to control people like this Sean Connery, who they call the Brutals, to basically do the labor in the world they need to survive, like gather food. So Zardoz is a great movie to see what I'm talking about in cultural media or media. And also the Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal is literally it symbolizes the ancient animist culture and the modern day culture of civilization coming together at the end of the movie. Well, I guess I just spoiled the movie if you haven't watched it, but when the mystics and the Skeksis come back together, it symbolizes the reunification of the ancient ways that was lost, that we've forgotten and we no longer remember, with the way we've been living now. We're basically creating balance, restoring balance. And it also has to do with the crystal. It's missing a shard, which basically plunges the whole world into darkness. So the shard for the crystal is basically a piece missing from our hearts. That once we reconnect with this missing heart shard, we will heal ourselves and the world around us. So these are great movies that depict the UTO. Here's my bibliography, and I'll post it in the description. And also some people who were the most influential for me in shaping my paradigm. First is Manly P. Hall, who I would consider a great syncretic occult teacher, who is basically, he's basically like a library or an encyclopedia of information. So Manly P. Hall, instrumental. Also Mark Passio. I put both of these people in my presentation, but I'm still mentioning them again because they're the most influential people for me. Mark Passio, again, he's just a great teacher on natural law. Also, Michael Tessarian. Michael Tessarian, I think, he really understands psychology and he applies it to myth and the occult in a way that I don't think anyone else does. And I would definitely recommend checking out Michael Tessarian if you haven't. Even Jason of Brashears of Archaics, he really made me think in a way that I don't think I did before. So I have to give him some credit. Also, Chief Ironbush. Without Chief Ironbush, I don't think I would have come up with the UTO. I think he's probably one of the more advanced spiritual teachers that you're going to find, and I really appreciate his teachings. He is a Lenape Sagamore. And also, I'm going to give a shout out to the Machine Lies and his YouTube channel, because I've had many conversations with him and the people on there about this sort of stuff, and they've helped me organize my thoughts in a way that I don't think I had before. So yeah, the Machine Lies. He's someone who studied with David Scribina. So he's very well versed in philosophy. And that's the Unified Topological Ontology, my syncretic framework where I blend myth, psychology, history together. And this is my attempt and my contribution to understanding the world. And I'll see you guys again. I'm probably going to spend a long time developing this further, ironing out the kinks and that sorts of things. So you'll probably see more of this from me in the future, where I'll probably go through individual sections. So I thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys again.